Powered by Riverside FM.
Born 1412 in the historic county of Bar, Joan of Arc is one of Francis Fonda's patron saints, honoured as a defender of the nation for her role in the Siege of Orleans and coronation of Charles VII during the Hundred Years' War. Claiming to act under divine guidance, she became a military leader who transcended gender roles and gained recognition as a saviour of France. Her namesake would be the inspiration for Rare's slick, gender-defying Joanna Dark, who swapped swords for silenced pistols and divine inspiration for alien conspiracies. Destined to dethrone Lara Croft as gaming's golden girl, given divine right by the developers behind GoldenEye 007. Although her debut remains Rare's best-reviewed release, her stardom would be scuppered by forces beyond her control. Thanks to awkward corporate merging and a shaky HD-era debut, Joanna Dark nor Rare never quite recaptured their former glory. Instead, this big prequel outing, Perfect Dark Zero, became Microsoft's poster child for a close but no cigar next-gen launch. Not an abject failure, but instead a lost relic of a rapidly shifting industry. As Miss Dark prepares for her biggest quadruple A mission yet, perhaps it's time to revisit this era she was a less than perfect agent. With the benefit of hindsight, was this prequel to Perfect Dark secretly a work of divine inspiration, or straight up heresy? On this episode of Bullet Time, we go back to where it all began in Rare's 2005 shooter, Perfect Dark Zero.
So I broke out an Xbox One, which I bought last year when I was on holiday, and I was like, you know what, I don't have much to do. I'm just going to the pub, I'm just reading, I'm not doing much. I kind of feel like getting some video games in, and
Yeah.
so I went to a secondhand shop and I bought an Xbox One, and then I learned something I probably should have memorized from the start of that generation, but you know, I'm a PC gamer, I forget
Sure.
how bad things can be, and it's like, oh, this whole thing is online. Okay, I'm taking this back to the shop. So I walk into the one second-hand game shop in Sheerness. So I'm not even going to hide my animosity at this point. And he says, "Oh no, you can't sell this back. There's a no returns policy." And he steps out of the and he steps to the side where there is a no returns policy sign behind him. And I'm like,
Oh, that's good. That's like
it wasn't good for me.
well, I mean,
it was the classic bit. It was the
No, yeah, I'm glad
bit.
that you went to the one place in Sheerness where there was a master of visual comedy. Unfortunately, he was also the person in charge of. Imagine selling something with a no returns policy. That's
a second-hand
kind of
shop
evil.
with a no
Yeah.
returns policy. Like, goddamn, man.
Oh, that's fucking good. So even though it was all online only, I guess you kept it around, and then
I kept it around. It was like a Project Scorpio thing, which I don't know if that counts as a special edition or whatever, but I mean, I did try and sell it off at CEX a month later, but they were like, "Oh no, we're not taking this," and I'm like, "What?" And it's like, I
What?
brought my ID. But we're not buying these, and then it just sat around, and you know, it's like the classic adventure game thing where that item you didn't think you needed turns out you need it.
Yeah, it turns out that James gave you a quest, and you actually you could answer the call of duty. Not that we are doing a Call of Duty game with this one, although we will talk about Call of Duty a tiny bit when we cover this game. But
Ooh,
that's
yeah.
funny. That is funny though, considering that so the Project Scorpio was the Xbox One X. That was
Oh wait, maybe it is an Xbox One X. I don't. It's a slim thing. It's
yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. All Xboxes bleed together, but it came in a Project Scorpio box. So
the Project.
So it's an Xbox One X.
Yeah, so Project
Cool.
Scorpio was the code name that they gave for the One X, which was I don't know what it is about Microsoft, but the moment the console comes out, no one gives a shit. But the moment that it's a code name and they're teasing it, people are like, "Oh, this is going to change my fucking this is going to on a cellular level completely change me as a person." There were people who were riding and dying for when the Series X was being developed. The codename was Scarlet. And people are like, oh my god, imagine if they called it the Xbox Scarlet. That would be... And it's like,
People
no.
just getting hyped about name announcements.
Yeah, and again, like...
I remember when the thing was like, oh, so they're going to call the next one the 720? And no, they went in a dumber direction than that somehow.
You know, when I do work, like, thumbnail or, like, script stuff, sometimes I would just put on background noise. And one of my favorite things to listen to recently is Digital Foundry have been rewatching, or they were rewatching the classic E3 conferences, or like the console announcement conferences. And very recently I watched the Xbox one, and it is like, I forget fucking Don Matrick how hyped he was to be like, the one place for entertainment, the one place for all your games. Ladies and gentlemen, Xbox One. Like, how did they not like pick up in like just in the development side of shit of like, what an awful name for a console which is a sequel console, calling it the Xbox One.
It's funny as well, because the thing with Microsoft is Microsoft isn't in the console wars in the same way like Sony or Nintendo.
No.
Well, it's just because they're a giant megacorp. If like the Xbox Wing goes bust, they're not going to give a toss. But I do think they do also care about it, surely. It's not like you're naming it that, cool, it'll sell, whatever, who gives a fuck?
It's a very weird thing. It's like, it was very old-fashioned kind of like company running of that time, which was just... Oh, you used to be the head of EA. Oh, you know the games industry then. Great, you can be the head of our, games arm. And, anything you say is obviously going to be true. And just every move that Matrick made was, like, the absolute wrong. Like, he was the guy who pushed for Kinect, which, hey, Kinect made a lot of money in the short run, but not very much after that. I think, weirdly enough, related to the game that we're talking about today, I think he had just come in around the time of the 360, and may have been the guy who was responsible for a lot of the stupid decisions of, oh yeah, no, we know that this console has like severe hardware issues. Just push it out. We want to be we want to be we want to be the first to market with high definition games. We want to like beat Sony before we want to get into the generation before Sony does. Like, that's how we're going to win this. And arguably they did. And I know that there's like the classic, Sony superfan thing of, well, actually, the PS3 did outsell the Xbox 360 in the end. And it's like, well, not really. It did that in its last year of sale in 2013. But then, like, for the most part, the 360 had already won the hearts and minds of people. But then they had squandered all of that with the Kinect stuff. And then going into the Xbox One, it just had all the things going against it of, oh yeah, we don't want to really do physical games anymore. Where you can't share your disc. It's going to be always online check-ins. Stuff that we don't take for granted now. It's just like, that is how all consoles work now, which fucking blows. But
it's funny. It kind of feels like my perception of it as a PC gamer, and also discounting Nintendo from this.
Sure.
Like, if this was a two-way battle, it kind of feels like the winner of each generation was just handing a baton back and forth from like, Xbox 360 takes that generation, then the PS4 takes the next. Now, I don't even know. Now I think they've set it on the table between them and like, I don't know who's winning or losing anymore. We're just trying to lower the bar, the both of us.
I guess the PS5 is winning, but it's like, it's like the worst war you could, like, it is like not just a war of attrition, it is like there's like 5 soldiers left, and what they fought over is the world's smallest hill for the PS5, because Microsoft have basically thrown their hands up and said, actually, we're a software company again. We are going to sell hardware like we do, like we sell the Surface laptops, and the Xbox is going to be kind of like that for games, but we are a provider of software, and if anything, we want to turn Game Pass customers into Office 365 customers. And it's like, cool, all right, good to know. Whereas with Sony, it's like, we got nothing. Do you want to buy Horizon Zero Dawn again?
Look, it sold really well. This one will really change your life. Look,
this one will sell really well again, hopefully.
We've made Alloy 10% more sexy. Come on.
Oh, God. But speaking of sexy video game
heroines, boy, I mean, Joanna, that's more than 10%, surely, from the N64.
I mean, do we want to...
No, I don't even believe that.
Well, I was going to say, do we not want to quickly, right off the top of this episode, which, by the way, folks, hey, Welcome back to Bullet Sign, the video game podcast that analyzes the shooters that missed their marks. I want to say, by the way, as well, and I know that we said this about the last game that we covered, the Bureau Excellent Declassified, where we said this is a bullet time game. Perfect Dark Zero, published by Microsoft and released November 22nd, 2005, an Xbox 360 launch title, also is very much a bullet time-ass game, I would say as well.
This is a bullet time game that is right in the crosshairs.
Yes.
Right in the middle of the board, like bang, bullseye, bullet time game, because oh my god, launch title, lots of fucking hype behind it, and then it just comes out and is good reviews for some reason.
Good sales as well. Actually,
many.
The sales are interesting, and I'll get into that towards the end, but for all intents and purposes, it was, we were talking about how, FPS games that wanted to change the zeitgeist. It did for about 15 seconds, and then has seemed to be completely glazed over in the history of video games. No one seems to have much of an opinion anymore about Perfect Dark Zero.
I have an opinion, but it's an odd one. This game feels like a preview for all the features that are going to take off for over this generation, but done terribly. This feels like an argument against what's to come that was totally ignored because everyone else was going to do these things better.
Speaking of what we were saying at the beginning of the episode about how kind of like the 360 had such this like rush out the hardware, so basically they had done everything wrong in order to try and like win the generation, which, I mean, again, arguably maybe they did, but it came at the cost of a lot of their credibility. And again, the thing that you were saying about how there was the baton toss, you have the PS3 ego thing, and then coming into the Xbox One era of like, well, yeah, we knew what the fuck we were doing in the 360 era, and it was like, no, you did, like, literally, you can see it from launch. You guys absolutely did not know what you were doing.
You didn't win. Sony just lost more.
Yeah, exactly. No, Sony had shot themselves in the foot, and you guys already had a hobble. But like, what's the thing? Is like in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. That's what the Xbox 360 was the one-eyed man.
And this one-eyed man has red eye.
Yeah, the red-eyed man is king.
The red eye of death.
Yeah. And I think a game that weirdly does sum up, like, that kind of weird hubris at the time was, again, Perfect Dark Zero, which, God, I don't really know where, because there's so many kind of, like, weird angles that we could take with this. But I guess, first things first, which is that, Snake, why don't we actually tackle something a bit more interesting, which is the fact that we have mentioned Perfect Dark Zero a couple of times on previous episodes, and
have I defended it? Did I defend it in those previous instances of like, well, I had fun with it as a kid? I can't.
Yeah, I was going to say defense is too strong of a term. You did have positive recollections of Perfect Dark Zero playing it co-op as a team.
Yeah, that's the tragedy of this episode. Like right off the bat, is I was playing it and I was going, this is awful. And me, the jank man, I'm playing another game that has clunky mechanics at the moment for a video, which maybe we'll get into. Maybe I'll talk more about that as a comparison, but no, this is awful. This is just on a sheer moment-to-moment level, one of the least pleasant feeling games I've ever touched. And I don't know what standards I was operating under when I was a kid, having played... Okay, so this is like a distant cousin of the Future Perfect series of, of Time Splitters. Yeah. This is a cousin twice removed. It feels nothing like that. I would say Die Hard Vendetta is closer in DNA to Perfect Dark than Perfect Dark Zero is.
Interesting.
Think about the controls. Think about how that game functions.
I can
think
see
about
it,
the objective design. Die Hard Vendetta feels closer. Just horrible feeling game. And me and my mates, the same friends when we were playing Time Splitters 2 when the 360 came out, we'd gone through Halo 2, we got this on launch, we split screen onlined it, and we probably put tens of hours into this online, playing Infection, playing the battle arena. We never co-op the story, funnily enough. I remember I beat the story once. I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how. I just know I did.
So, what I was about to say before we started recording, which was that because I think I streamed this game to you and Tujo a little bit like months ago.
I vaguely recollect that.
Yeah, and like I just felt like I really don't want to replay this. Like this feels awful. Yeah, you were messaging, you were texting, you were like, I'm gonna push through, I'm gonna get this game done, and I thought, you know what, I'm not gonna leave Snake hanging here. I need to get back to this and I need to finish it. First things first. Because I had cancelled Game Pass, all my save data was completely fucked.
Oh no.
So I deleted that, had to start from fresh, and I said, you know what, that's fine. I've done the first 2 missions, I can blast through those, I'm sure. Well, actually, I did two things. So one was the fact that you were saying, look, you know, I'm going to get push through and finish this, and I said, I'm not going to leave Snake hanging. Second thing was, I had a look online. This is a thing that I sometimes do, not for bullet time, but like, okay, how long is this game? Perfect Dark Zero walkthrough on YouTube. Oh, this is only 3 hours long. Okay, that doesn't seem too. That doesn't seem too. You know, maybe I could.
Do you want me to check my time to beat while we're
doing
this?
You
go ahead, but I'm gonna pull up the data on mine.
So I had to clear all my save data yesterday, and I started at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, finished at 8 o'clock at night. So yeah, literally, it was like 3 hours on the dot. I was like, wow. I literally, like, I was able to blast through this relatively quickly. Now, me and Snake did have very different experiences on this because I played this on the easiest difficulty, which was called Agent, and in my head I went, well, you know, Joanna Dark isn't perfect dark yet. You know, she's only just starting off, so obviously she would only.
It would be breaking canon if she was perfect.
Exactly. She'd only be an agent.
She's not a perfect dark hero. She's a perfect dark Zero.
Exactly. So I thought that only makes sense with it. Whereas I believe you went with Perfect Agent, but then eventually had to.
I dropped down to Secret Agent. The gaps in difficulty are frankly absurd.
Yeah.
I went and I watched some Agent difficulty footage, and it's like you don't even really take damage. You just kind of walk through everything.
So here's a couple of highlights of playing this. If you at home were looking for an FPS game to play where there was no challenge to it, just a complete, like, if you were looking for the cozy game equivalent of an FPS game, here's all the things that you can look forward to in Agent difficulty. The enemy AI doesn't work. They stand out in the middle of the open and they can't land a shot on you, which is really good. There is occasionally co-op, well, not co-op, but there's like partner AI, like you may have to escort characters throughout the game. They turn off their health for those, so you could like throw whole grenades at them and they'll be absolutely fine, which is good. And yeah, like your weapons do more damage, their weapons do less damage, and I think there's even less enemy populations in levels as well, which is pretty impressive.
They go pretty mad with it on the upper difficulties. Like, there are some sections where it felt like a clown car of like tens of men running out of a building into my killing field, and then I would just wait, and I was wondering, does this have the Call of Duty? You have to push forward. No, okay. No, I just drained the level of enemies. Oh, cool. I can progress. That's fun.
In fact, and a funny thing, it has the opposite of the Call of Duty thing, because I had a couple of instances where I was getting lost in, I think it might have been the bridge level, actually, trying to find the way ahead, which we'll get into how fucking dreadful the level design, because I would say that. God. Even though the enemy health differences and weapon differences were different between our games, the level design was consistent throughout any difficulty that you play, Perfect Dark Zero, and it is shit throughout.
Oh, well, it's shit throughout, but I imagine it's harder on the upper difficulties because they put more objectives. Like, there are some levels where I'm just walking through entire zones and there's nothing there, and then I think, this must be, after I drop down from fucking
or something.
Perfect. Yeah, it's like, okay, no, this area is just like here for the upper difficulty, but I've just wandered blind into it. Cool.
So I got lost trying to figure out the way ahead in a level with a big bridge, and I ended up going back on myself and found a crowd of 11 ninja women with plasma weapons who had been chasing after me like the fucking cop cars in the Blues Brothers, apparently.
And on Secret Agent, their plasma weapons are a one-hit kill.
Mm-hmm.
God, we'll get there. We've kind of started all over at the end, but
Yeah.
The difficulty I have sometimes with bullet time is I listen to episodes, and I'm really happy with the work we do, but it is hard to put into words just the base feel, because everyone's got a different mental image of what an FPS game is like. Some people
Yeah.
have the Doom model, some people have the Call of Duty model, some people have the Battlefield model. Perfect Dark Zero is not like the Time Splitters GoldenEye model. It's its own horrible beast where everything feels heavy yet floaty. If you imagine if Joanna is lugging a fridge underwater, that's with no auto aim on joysticks, that's what this game feels like.
So, okay, no, never mind. So something that they also give you in age and difficulty is
Auto
the
aim?
world's heaviest aim assist.
Oh my god, they turned that off completely in Secret Agent.
Oh, that fucking rocks. Yeah, so in age and difficulty, you might as well be fucking RoboCop. You just automatically snap to enemies.
That's incredible. Does it have like the soft aim of the earlier games, or
No, so
okay.
So you were saying about like what would be the nearest equivalency of this game, and I think I said this to you in a chat yesterday, but like, yeah, this has no design DNA with GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, and I guess we can get into why that is. The nearest game that I thought that this was like, and I think it is very indicative of the bullet time era of everybody wanting to have their piece of the pie of, well, we can do better than the biggest game on the market. It felt like Halo 2, but like somebody with like zero game design experience tried to basically make Halo 2 from memory.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't say the Halo model when that is the Xbox model.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that makes more sense. Yeah, I imagine it's just kind of a thing of, well, Halo is the most successful version of it. And again, like, if they're buying an Xbox 360, this isn't going to have a Halo game at launch, but we could give them a Halo game on launch, winky winky, with our spy adventure game, but also add other levels of nonsense and bullshit to it, which I guess we'll get into, but like, yeah, like, so, but as you said, like, the handling model and the actual gun feel is
atrocious.
Yeah, it's dog, like, that's what's really hard to describe it, is even if you go and you play with the aim sensitivity, it is really heavy and sluggish feeling. None of the guns have any kind of decent impact feel. I mean, it goes back to the thing of, like, you know you're in trouble if your shotgun feels like shit. This game has, like, what, a Spaz 12 knockoff?
Yeah.
And, like, there's no force feedback on the controller when you shoot it, which is like, okay, we're already in a bad place with this. The feel, like, it doesn't, like, it just feels like using a rifle more than using a shotgun. There's no kind of, like, spread element to it, but it has that weakness to it that, like, a spread weapon would have. And then when you reload it, and there's something that I mentioned to you, every single gun has exactly the same reload sound, no matter whether you're putting in shells or changing out a magazine. They all have that classic GoldenEye kind of, magazine scraping sound, which is like, oh, this is... Funnily enough, though, I did try to, like, I was like, did the plasma weapons do that? We don't have to reload the plasma weapons, so I guess they got away with that.
Plasma weapon, which is a FAMAS for whatever reason. I guess just... I mean, it's hard to say futuristic-looking gun when every gun is futuristic-looking gun.
Well, you say that, but
no,
then...
actually, the M4 and the AK aren't. Sorry.
No, yeah, that was something that I messaged you, and I said that, like... Oh, we're hopping all over the... but it doesn't matter.
Let's rewind. Let's think. God, because there's a gushing torrent of things I want to say, but maybe we should focus this into a funnel of...
Let's go back to something you said about this being a weird sister series to the Free Radical one, because we're doing our classic James and Snake have come to... We've both picked a game each, and weirdly enough, they have kind of matched up. In a future episode, we're going to be doing Dead Island 2, which was developed by Dambuster, which is obviously, they were the studio that were the kind of the remnant of a Free Radical iteration, which was bought by Crytek. They had done Home Run the Revolution, and then they became like the last team to work on Dead Island after it had gone through like 1,000 different hands at that point. This, on the other hand, and this was a game that I suggested, and it was mostly just because of the fact of, like, again, thinking in my head of, like, well, what is a quintessential bullet time game of, like, something that could have had the opportunity to change the zeitgeist, maybe had a lot of steam behind it, but just completely like dropped the ball in a lot of different aspects, despite the fact that, again, I hadn't really heard anyone say that this game was bad. It was just more so like completely forgotten, which is like,
Yeah,
all
this
right.
just fell into the cultural void, because once the
Yeah.
360 generation got rolling, it's like, had a bad launch lineup. Most consoles have a bad launch lineup. Let's just move on now that we have the games we bought this for.
So I want to dig into this because of that, but also just because of the fact that it's like, it's rare. A studio that we kind of talked a little bit about when we did the Free Radical series, because it was so like impossible to kind of separate what they had done from GoldenEye, because GoldenEye was like, that was the game that sort of gave them the opportunity to go off and do their own thing, but then became this weird specter that just haunted them throughout. Of EA took money out of their own games to put it into GoldenEye Rogue Agent. They tried to appeal to other publishers and said, hey, we can do you a version of GoldenEye, only for those publishers to then eventually do their own versions without Free Radical's help. And even like the thing that we said about, Far Cry 2 and like all these games that kind of, that came off the disaster of Haze, all kind of owing their sort of DNA to GoldenEye. And obviously this is a direct sequel, well, the direct prequel technically, to the sequel that they made to GoldenEye, which was Perfect Dark, which I guess we could very quickly go into that if you want. Well, I guess my first question would be, so have you played the original Perfect Dark?
No, I considered doing it for this, but I figure you've played it. I'm gonna be the blind test subject. It's kind of like I was saying that, me and my mates were playing Time Splitters 2. That was our version of GoldenEye or Perfect Dark for someone, I can't even say a bit older, just someone who had an N64 at that time, which
Sure.
I had an N64, but not many games for it, and not the expansion pack or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah. So Perfect Dark famously is one of 3 games that requires it. You can play Perfect Dark without it, but there's a menu. So basically, when you start the game up, if you have the expansion pack, the menu is called the perfect menu, and you have all the options. If you don't, it's called like the less than perfect menu.
I'm going to say, calling it the less than perfect menu, that is very rare humor, something this game feels thoroughly like scalped of.
I mean, no, we'll save it when we get there.
Building the image of what this game is.
Okay, so I'll try and explain this as simply as I can, but essentially it's
I know the kind of cultural osmosis. You got open levels, lots of objectives. It controls like GoldenEye, very graphically impressive for its console. Spy thriller story.
Yeah, which is kind of, that's exactly, it's basically they wanted to do a big spiritual sequel to GoldenEye. Now, funnily enough, that mostly comes out of the fact that, so they do GoldenEye, and it's this like surprise mega success for Nintendo, for Rare, for Eon, the rights holders to the Bond license. And it's basically, it's like, it's not really said out loud, but in the air it's like, so we're doing another one, right? To the extent of the team that made it did get to visit the set of Tomorrow Never Dies for reference gathering, for like, okay, so if we're going to do this, like, let's see what they're cooking up. Nintendo didn't bother renewing the license, and it was basically because Eon argued that it wasn't the game that sold copies, it was the fact that you had the Bond license. That GoldenEye 007 was such a massive success on the N64, which is like, I'm not really sure how that explains all the James Bond games that had come out previously that didn't sell very well, but,
Business
whatever.
Types are basically gamblers.
Exactly.
Morons.
So, but Nintendo was just like, no, we're not putting our hand into the kitty on there, which makes sense considering what happens next in the sort of the Rare timeline of Nintendo being like, oh, the N64 era has been incredibly expensive for us and we need to save some cash. But they go to the team anyways and they say, do you mind? And they go, well, no, not really, because we don't... If we do another Bond game, we're still limited by, like, that license and that, like, film and all that sort of stuff. Whereas if we do our own thing, we can go off and come up with all sorts of different ideas. And the main thing they wanted to do was science fiction. They wanted to, like... They like Blade Runner, they like the X-Files, they wanted to put all these elements in. And the big thing that they wanted to do, and this was... apparently came up with the the guy who made the sort of the team lead of this, Martin Hollis, but also their lead animator, Brett Jones, pushing to innovate. They were like, why don't we do a female protagonist? Why don't we come up with a character who is going to be better and more instantly iconic than Lara Croft? And they were kind of like, okay, yeah, there's some juice there. You know, that's the classic Rare thing of we're going to do what other developers aren't. So yeah, sure, you absolutely go ahead. They had pitched to Nintendo and said, oh yeah, we can turn this around in 18 months because it's like, we've already built the engine. We've, you know, all we're doing is basically adding like a new setting and new characters. But then in Rare fashion, they basically threw that out the window when they were like, oh, we could be way more ambitious with this. We could add bots. No. We could add... So the funny thing about Perfect Dark, which Perfect Dark Zero has zero elements of, is the fact that it's basically their attempt at trying to make Deus Ex work on the N64. Not to the extent of like humongous open worlds and systems-driven gameplay, but you get like the slightest hint of that while still working within the gold. Well, basically, they're expanding on the GoldenEye framework of, well, when you play it on Agent, you just get to the end of the level and that's it. If you play on 00, we expect you to be a bit more stealthy, don't set off any alarms, maybe do a few more objectives. And then their idea with this was that, oh, we actually want you to kind of role play being, you know, Joanna Dark. So, like, the harder you make this game for yourself, the more in this world you kind of live, the more rules you have to follow and the more objectives you have to do. And that's sort of where this very, very light RPG Deus Ex-y stuff comes in. And it's like, it is kind of impressive for the time, but it is also... Absolutely. It's as I said to you the other day, it's got that kind of convoluted element to it of like, the original Doom from 1993 is like perfectly aged because it is so simple. Like, you can speed run through it and it's almost like a bit of a maze game now. Whereas stuff like Hexen or, you know, like Strife, there's a slight level of clunk to them because...
Yeah, things that didn't age badly, things that didn't age well because of their ambition, rather.
No. But the 18 months thing, obviously that date falls away and, you know, they have to put more time on it. But it doesn't really matter too much because in Rare fashion, they at least have the support of Tim and Chris Stamper, who are the head of the company. From reading interviews and stuff, they are basically this perfect buffer between what the developers want to do and what Nintendo wants. And Tim and Chris basically can go to this giant Japanese conglomerate and say, look, our guys know what they're doing. They just need a little bit of extra time. And look, we've done Donkey Kong Country for you. We've done GoldenEye for you. You know we have this in the bag. And Nintendo will go, yeah, all right, you know. Miyamoto famously didn't say a bad game is bad forever. A rushed game is eventually, a long in development game could eventually be good.
Then, but
yeah. So that was kind of the thing that they were going for. But like Tim and Chris are there, and they're like, you guys, you're gonna have to. If we want to get this out on a normal date, you are gonna have to crunch. But like, we're gonna try and buy you the time that you need. But then two big things happen during the development of GoldenEye. One that you know about, and one that I didn't really mention when we talked about the Free Radical series, which is all the way along, the lead designer on both GoldenEye and Perfect Dark was a guy who didn't go over to Free Radical Design Limited. His name was Martin Hollis, and basically he was like this wonderkind at Rare in regards to project management, in regards to like letting the team go away and like come up with all these fabulous ideas and still be able to pull everything together at the end. But he wasn't a full-time employee and his contract was up, and rather than going, well, let's renew it, I think he saw the success of GoldenEye and he saw how Perfect Dark was panning out. And basically in his own words, he said that if I stay with Rare, they're going to have me on a rail making FPS games for the rest of my career, and I'm not interested in doing that. And so he calls it quits, despite the fact that Nintendo did make him an offer of asking him, hey, do you want to come to Japan for a few months and work on the GameCube with us? He was like, I'm just burnt out with games. Like, I want to... he ends up like basically traveling around South Asia for the next few years after that. And at this point, I think he's more of a games consultant guy. He's kind of... I think at this point, he is probably... I think he's retired, but like... again, it's these like 80-hour crunches that they're doing at Rare, and like all this
I
kind
can
of
understand him just seeing that and thinking. I don't think he would have been trapped, but he probably had more insight. But it's just he saw some writing on the wall and went, "Fuck this, I'm
And
going traveling."
in fairness, it's him leaving that's what plants the seed for David Doak and Steve Ellis to go, why are we doing this for Chris and Tim? Why didn't we go do it for ourselves? And why didn't we form our own company? So it's Martin Hollis leaving, which is what creates, essentially is what leads to Free Radical Design Limited. Now, here's a fucking quote that I didn't pull up on that series, which I only found about doing research for this, was that they basically go to the Stampers during the development of Perfect Dark's come to the end of development, basically. And, well, they think it's coming to the end of development, and they go, right, this is in good hands, we can go. And they go and tell their bosses, like, yeah, we're done. We're going to go do our own thing. Tim and Chris basically tell Doak, when we set up Rare in 1986, like, it wasn't as hard as it was now. I think you'll find it's going to be very hard to run your own company, and you won't succeed.
God damn. Oh, fuck.
And you know what's kind of fun? I guess on a long enough timeline, he was kind of
He wasn't wrong.
No, he wasn't wrong.
It's a feeling I've had with so many British game houses, and really a lot of developers that did well in the 80s and 90s when the scale was smaller and the budgets weren't so massive. But yeah, so many died in this generation and more in the next because we weren't built for this.
No. And like in Tim and Chris's head, like they obviously think that they're untouchable because of the fact that, yeah, we literally founded this company as teenagers in our bedroom. And we have gone on from like hit to hit to the extent of like even before Nintendo contracted them out to do Donkey Kong, they had like humongous successes on the NES and like for other, you know, and they were doing work for Konami and Sega and that, like they were like basically untouchable at this time. So yeah, like obviously they would go to these, they would scare the shit out of these guys.
Yeah, these upstarts thinking they can strike out on their own. Fucking, we're gonna give you a scene from Fargo. All empires crumble into the sea, bitch. But not mine. Mine's totally tightly locked.
Yeah, ours is watertight because we set ours up in the 80s where we had Thatcher money to like we could build up.
We are not about to enter a flop era.
No, and even if we do enter a flop era, we can at least like we can batten down the hatches and hang tight until we get a chance to make a Game Pass game, which for some reason turns over millions in profits every year, despite the fact that we only know 2 people who play it. Granted, they do play it very often though. So,
I mean, God, the first few years of Sea of Thieves were like, was ridicule. It's like there's no progression system. This sucks, and it's just kept going along until, oh shit, this pirate game's got plunder now. Fuck, okay.
You know what's funny? It still has no real progression system. And you talk to people about it and they go, yeah, but that's the game though.
It's like sideways progression. You unlock clothes forever. And you know what? I will say though.
Yeah.
I played it for a few weeks and I came away with a very pithy review, but I think it's fair, which is, that is the best chat room I've ever played.
Oh yeah,
hands down.
My less pithy review, but it very much is the same as what you have just said, which is like it's the ultimate hangout game. Like if you just want to chill and chat, it is very kind of like low intensity for the like unless you want it to be. It is
because there's no progression. That means that like all the stakes are immediate. We're not reviewing this game, but I do think it's a fascinating object of game design.
We can sort of touch on it a little bit because basically after Perfect Dark Zero, long enough timeline, you know, that there's an alien could be listening to this episode in 2030 for all we know. Rare haven't made an FPS game since Perfect Dark Zero. So, you know, that is kind of like that is the end of their experimentation with the format before eventually they have gone to do all these different things. And I mean, I guess technically there are FPS elements in Sea of Thieves.
I would call Sea of Thieves an FPS. You have guns, it's first person, you shoot.
Yeah. But, but basically Free Radical leaves, and that it just takes an enormous chunk out of the development teams. It's like, right, what are we going to do? So the Fab Five are gone, and who's left over is essentially... They have this guy called Mark Edmonds that they promote to the project lead to get over the line. And from what everyone says, he's like genius programmer. He has this very kind of like warm and sort of fatherly presence. So even when people are losing their heads, they're like, well, no, actually, because Mark's at the lead, we may be able to pull this off. But they couldn't do it in 99, which was the original planned date to get it out. It slips into the year 2000, which is like the last proper year of the N60. It's that and Majora's Mask both come out. Oh, and Banjo-Tooie as well come out the same year. And it's like, people felt like something's going to come along and replace this pretty quick, which the GameCube eventually does. But yeah, they just kind of changed the talent out. Like, Norgate has gone over to Free Radical, so they replace him with Kirkhope. Like, Mr. Banjo, Mr. Donkey Kong, to be like, hey, do you, can you do, like, rock and, like, electronica? And he's like, yeah, I did a bit of that on GoldenEye. Just let me at it. And yeah, the Perfect Dark soundtrack, pretty good. Something that weirdly Zero also has in common, despite the fact it wasn't Kirkhope that works on it. But we'll get into that. And then a guy called Steve Malpass, who came into Rare as a QA guy on Diddy Kong Racing and Banjo, gets promoted up to game design on Perfect Dark. And I would say for the most part, the level design in Perfect Dark is pretty solid. They do use the science fiction stuff to be like, hey, we can come up with sort of complexes or whatever that can be a bit more interesting than GoldenEye. But then towards the end of the game, they do start experimenting with like bigger levels and, wider paths to follow. And, you go toward, I think you go to Egypt at the end, and you just have these like huge sandy biomes that you can kind of explore. It sort of almost taps a bit into like Mario 64 style stuff towards the end, which is quite neat. So like, yeah, despite the fact that they have like, been left with half a project because like everyone had left it, they did get some over the line. And I will say this, and I didn't know this until doing research for this episode, Perfect Dark is Rare's best reviewed game. I think it's like a 98 on Metacritic, which is surprising. No, and I don't say surprising as in because it's not as good as other stuff that they have made, but like I would have thought like GoldenEye might be slightly higher, but then I guess maybe it's still too prototypey at that point, whereas Perfect, to kind of reflect on its own name, Perfect Dark kind of perfected what they wanted to do with that. And it's funny because it comes out exactly the same year as Time Splitters 1 as well, which is seen as kind of more of this sort of prototypey thing, which eventually they figure out what they want to do with it, and that becomes then 2 years later, they polish it up into Time Splitters 2, which is very not Perfect Dark. It's more it's kind of the thing that you said on those episodes of they figured out what worked with that, what they had done in the first one, where it's a bit more arcadey and a bit more straightforward. And they've just sort of like doubled down on that while also being very impressive with, hey, we can have all these different time periods and all these kind of different send-ups to like movies and like history and stuff like that. And
it is funny because it does feel like, fella leaves thinking, I'm going to be stuck doing FPS games forever. And a few other guys think, yeah, why are we doing this for them when we could be doing it for ourselves? Let's go make FPS games forever.
yeah.
As long as the industry will allow, as it turned out, unfortunately. Yeah. But both Perfect Dark and Time Splitters come from Bond is tying us back too much. Let's pursue an idea that gives us our own like intellectual property and our own freedom and, allow us to be more expansive. It's kind of fascinating that it was kind of two roads leading to the same place.
Yeah, and I've always thought that Perfect Dark is one of those cool, like, it's a cool game to have in your portfolio because it's like, it's very different. Like, even if we were to like look at what if I was to ask you what the 5 biggest FPS games are on top of your head, you'd probably say like Halo, Call of Duty, Kingpin, Life of Crime. And,
yeah, I would say that. And Boiler Point, that's the biggest. Have you seen the map in that game? God damn.
It's humongous. And Doom, and it's like, they all have their own kind of specific identity. Doom, especially now, they've figured out like a really strong identity for that series. But like, all of those games do their own very specific thing well. And Perfect Dark kind of nicely slots into that as well, because it's like, well, it's all the close quarters stuff that, Free Radical were very good at, but then it has this kind of expansive RPG-style spy element to it, where it's like, oh, I know this room is going to have a key card in it, or a computer terminal I can hack, and I have... it's almost a bit like a Splinter Cell. It's like, it's combining all the gadgets and stuff of Splinter Cell and Metal Gear, but with that kind of like speedy Quake style FPS gameplay that they had figured out in GoldenEye, and then eventually, and then in Perfect Dark, and it's something that they then expand on in Time Splitters. And even just a character like Joanna Dark, like, she's not like the most fleshed out person in the world, but like as a iconic video game character, you could be like, oh yeah, who the
she would be like a good entry on a quiz of video game characters.
Yeah, like you could see
semi-obscure except to those who know their history.
You could see her if they had stayed with Nintendo, you could have seen her as like a Smash Brothers character or something. Like more than say any of the characters from Killer Instinct or whatever, you know? But so, and basically with those two things kind of the fact that they have this 98% like likability going for them, and
it's probably just hurt by coming out in 2000s when, like you said, that Banjo-Tooie and what was the other big 2000s release?
Majora's Mask for the N64.
So, yeah, that just sounds like a year of sleeper hit stuff. That's like, oh man, the console is on its way out, but this is its apex. This is its swan song of games.
Well, I'll say this: they were successful enough that they did get like a Player's Choice, like million seller. You know, like PlayStation used to do, where they do the platinum hits. Like they did manage that for they did sell well for the N64, but the N64 didn't sell well as a console. Basically, like they were the biggest hits on a dud, for lack of a better. Like not a Sega Saturn style dud, but like compared to how well the PlayStation had done, but also how well Nintendo had done with the SNES, and especially the NES, it was like a bit of a fall from grace, which is kind of what leads to the big thing that happens with Rare, and the reason why somebody sent me a fucking thumbnail earlier, which I was like, what the hell is this? Where somebody had made a video which was called like, "Are Rare the best forgotten studio ever?" And it's like, forgotten by who?
You remembered them, bud.
Yeah, like, obviously. It's like, don't they have like a big Sea of Thieves like Halloween event on it? But then again,
they are not forgotten. James talks about them like multiple times a week.
Yeah, I talk about them nearly every episode of Bullet. I'm sure they came up during fucking the Bureau XCOM Declassified as well, somehow. But no, but like, there is like a very obvious split between when people like Rare and when people don't like Rare. And funnily enough, it's in the year 2002 where the Stampers basically go to Nintendo and say, hey, we've been making games for you for a while and we have a really good working relationship. Do you want to buy more shares in our business and maybe just make us a full second party or even like a first party? And Nintendo were like, no, we have not got the money to even like entertain that idea at the moment. And it's like, it makes sense because the Stampers are basically like, they're not quite, it's not HD era yet, but it's, the cost of games development has gone up so much because like the fidelity of 3D has gone up and you have to make these teams so much larger to make these games. And it's like, well, we want to be a bit more financially secure, basically. But Nintendo are like, no, we're about to launch the GameCube. We're not really sure what we're doing either. Let's keep the relationship as has been. So Rare goes, right, let's go for the ultimate gambit. They put themselves on the market and they come up with a number that they think that Activision... So the thing that they want to do is that they want Activision to buy them because they're like, well, they're the biggest third-party publisher at this time. We feel like, you know, they've worked with a couple of different UK developers at this point. So there's probably a good relationship set there. Despite the fact that I think it's in the Homefront: The Revolution episode that I tell you that when Bobby Kotick is more at the driver's wheel, he says, I hate working with British developers, and I certainly hate working with developers who want to keep their own IP. Two things that, obviously, Rare slip under. But they put themselves on the market, and they come up with a number that they know Nintendo won't pay, but they think Activision will. And they get swooped up by Bill Gates and Microsoft.
Get sideswiped.
Whoosh! And
where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I say this in I did an episode on I did a video about Grab by the Ghoulies about 2 years ago, and I think what I had said there was basically Microsoft had launched the Xbox a year before, which had become a big hit with like, you know, a lot of kind of PC gamers who were looking for something a bit more accessible that they could basically like kids who had grown up on Quake and Half-Life who were now going to college and wanted like to bring something with them but didn't want to bring like an entire computer looked at the Xbox like, oh, this is super appealing. And then slightly older than that, you had like people who were now starting families who may have been like big Doom and Quake heads now going like, but I don't really want anything like too. I just want something I can just shove under the television, which, hey, the Xbox was there for that as well. But very macho, very masculine buyer base for the Xbox, which is kind of why it ends. I can't remember in the long run whether it was the second or third place winner in that generation with the GameCube. I mean, the PS2 was like,
by a country mile.
Yeah, the PS2 is still one of the best-selling console. I think it is still the best-selling console of all time. And part of the reason for that is just that the PS2 appealed to everyone. Like, it had a DVD player inside it. Like the PS1 could do music CDs. This could play DVDs, and it was like the cheapest way to do that when the DVD was at its like absolute height. But then you also had like a good mix of like returning franchise, like, you know, the new Final Fantasy and Metal Gear is going to be here. You had like a bunch of like newer franchise, but you also had just stuff that it could appeal to like families and kids. Like you had Jack and Daxter, you had like Ico, and you know what, like a lot of just PlayStation had games for everyone, whereas Microsoft had gone a little bit too hard in on that PC audience, where it was like, oh, we're gonna have a Deus Ex game and a Thief game and whatever, and it's like, well, that's cool for your older brother, but like not really for anyone else. So they're like, oh shit, well, what do we do? First thing is they redesigned the controllers so they're not fucking monstrosities anymore.
Yeah,
and the second,
hey, like, did you ever use the Duke?
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, I used the Duke, and I, like, as a child, had especially small hands, so that's why I still hold controllers a bit fucked up to this day, and while I'm really good at claw gripping, I actually think that's why I'm good at trailer capture, because I just know how to hold controllers. Because you know how to do the claw. Ways.
I talk to people and they go, oh, the Duke was the most comfortable controller I've ever. And it's like, show me, yeah. And they just do have like ogre hands. It's like, that's fucking why. That's also, I'm not just not anything. But
it took them another generation to work out the bumpers instead of that stupid white black button crap.
Yeah,
that was so awful. That was
you know what's
terrible.
funny is that I always associate those buttons with they let you turn on lights in games. Like I always with Halo, you press the white button to turn on the torch, and I played like 15 or 20 odd games where that was what the black and white buttons did. Was they just turned on torches, and it was like, cool, dude.
Good going. The white button to turn it on, the black button to turn it off. It just makes sense.
It just makes sense.
It just makes sense.
It just makes sense. But they got these smaller controllers, which in fairness were the Japanese launch controllers anyways, and then they brought them over to the US and the EU. And then said, maybe we need developers and, you know, people that we can add on our team who know how to make games for younger audiences and families. Oh, what's this? The people who... Oh, these guys who used to make fucking Nintendo's like best N64 games. Oh, they're on the market, are they? All right, get in, fucking pick them up. The funniest thing about this as well is that when Microsoft bought them, they didn't do their research and thought they were getting Donkey Kong in the buyout.
They just turn up and in the office like, wait, where's the monkey? We wanted to meet
Bill
the
Gates
monkey.
is just like, where's that big gorilla? I want to give him a hug. And it's just like...
he just comes running out and just sees the Stamper Brothers instead. He's like, where's the gorilla? Where's the gorilla?
Where's the gorilla? I want to meet the gorilla. I want to shake that gorilla's hand. I just find that so funny as well, because it's like Donkey Kong is like Miyamoto's first video game. And then Microsoft are like, oh, do we own that now?
Before we were getting the monkey.
Yeah, they did. They thought they were getting
so good.
They thought they were getting all the Donkey Kong games. They were like, no, those are Nintendo stuff. But hey, you get Banjo, which, hey, Banjo, people still like him. You get Conker, like that fucking means anything, but okay. That was the most exciting news for your 12-year-old edgelord brother, was that Microsoft owned Conker. Cool,
like me playing Bill Gates, receiving this news like, oh, okay.
They were like, he's like, where's the monkey? And they send a squirrel out instead. He's like, who the fuck is this?
I hate this fucking squirrel. I'm gonna censor him.
Oh yeah, we can mention that when we get to it. But also, they get Perfect Dark. And Microsoft are a bit like, I don't know if you know this, but we have Halo. But sure, cool, I guess. Yeah, if you want to. And so at the time as well, so they were Grab by the Ghoulies, which is their first game for Microsoft, eventually comes out in 2003. they had began building that for the GameCube, and so it became a thing of, we'll just transfer that over. Basically, all of their projects at that time were GameCube or like late N64 projects that they had then just moved over to the Xbox. Apparently, the job of doing so was hell on earth. Like, just completely different date. Like the game, like even that, like the game. Apparently, developing for the GameCube was a breeze because it was all PowerPC, which Microsoft and Sony then used that architecture in the PS3 and the 360, which is like cool. Good to see you learning lessons from Nintendo on that one, I guess. But yeah, developing for the Xbox was fucking miserable, and added like a year's development time onto every project that they did. And Perfect Dark, so Perfect Dark Zero was a game that had already been announced. They had shown off a render of Joanna Dark at Space World in 2000, being like, hey, you know, if you like this N64 game, which apparently you did, don't worry, we got one coming out for the GameCube, which...
Was this the one that was like super anime-fied, or had they not gone that route yet? Because
they hadn't gone that route yet, and I can talk about that. But when Microsoft buys them in 2002, they then do a 2003 showcase where they do show off the redesigned Joanna Dark. And the reason that they did that was that was part of the Halo thing of just like, oh fuck, they have like realistic shooters and stuff on the Xbox. Like, not only that, but like Splinter Cell is now, like, you know, that was like an Xbox exclusive for its first year, and that's got like Perfect Dark elements to it. You know, that's like Microsoft's answer to Sons of Liberty in a weird way, which I know is weird to say, but like that first Splinter Cell, well, all those early Splinter Cell games are pretty good.
It was competing with Metal Gear Solid in a way.
Yeah.
Like, not in the deep philosophical plots kind of thing. Well, deep. You know, say what you will. But yeah, in the stealth gameplay arena, that was what you had.
No, exactly. And like, you know, they also had like Deus Ex Sparks and they had Thief and stuff like that. And so they're probably just looking at it and going, well, what can we do to differentiate Perfect Dark further? So they hire a guy called Will Overton, who used to draw. He was like one of the first.
Hang on, James. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is it publicly acceptable to talk about him?
Oh, good.
Sorry.
Good question. I would say the window's moved in such a way that we can talk about him now.
Okay.
But he was one of the first guys in the UK who was doing it's Western comics meets anime stuff. Like, he was one of the first guys like drawing manga, basically. And his whole thing was he would used to draw the magazine covers for like N64 magazine and whatever, and like Super Play, which was the SNES version, and did have like a genuine kind of like, you know, fan base behind, to the extent that Rare had brought him in on a couple of projects and basically said, well, how would you like to come be the lead art director on the next Perfect Dark game? He was like, absolutely.
We've been looking at the Time Splitters 2 cover art all morning. Get in.
Again, Time Splitters is a good example of that, of like, that's an art style which I think holds up like incredibly well. The first one, not so much, but you can see that as a rough prototype for then 2 and especially 3 going forward. Whereas with this, would you believe me if I told you that apparently they were all in on an anime art style until the last year of development, where they got cold feet and said we should make this a lot more realistic, ending up with a disgusting Frankenstein hybrid of the two art styles.
Well, that answers things for sure, because like so much of this game, I couldn't tell what the hell the look was going for, because it seemed to be everything and nothing.
Yeah, much like the James Bond game, everything or nothing.
Oh yeah. Not a bad game, that.
It's okay. It's got good it's like era of, you can kind of see that's where Uncharted's going to come from, because like every level is like its own little action movie set piece, to the extent of you're almost kind of like relearning the controls level by level, but really solid. Not my favorite Brosnan Bond, which I think might still be Nightfire.
I will agree with you on Nightfire. I think Everything or Nothing is a charming diversion.
Oh, absolutely.
That's when the James Bond game license really starts wobbling again.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Russia We Loved one, where it's kind of a bit like, why are we doing this? And then Activision buys the license and doesn't know what to do with it, apart from, I want to do a Call of Duty game with Bond on it. It's like, cool, all right.
You fucking
this
idiots.
isn't very good.
All right, let's give it to IO to just sit on their hands with for years.
I mean,
They're probably doing something that's being cruel.
I'm looking forward. I mean, one thing that we haven't mentioned as well in regards to covering Perfect Dark Zero is the fact that we have seen more of the Perfect Dark reboot as well, which is long in development. Microsoft's first ever quadruple A game, because it makes you want to say when you see it, because you're so impressed by it. Stealing Snake's joke and rushing to get it on the podcast before he did.
Damn it! I was thinking like this is a 5 out of 10 joke, but maybe it's better. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Joke.
I'm just mad at Sea of Thieves. I'm just thinking about that instead.
Why are you mad at
Sea of Thieves? Not Sea of Thieves. Skull and Bones. God damn it.
Oh yeah, Skull and Bones.
Like, our game's flopping. What do? We rebrand it quadruple A because we've had to spend so much money on it.
Because we had taken so much money from the Singapore government that if we don't release this game, they are going to take us to court and like squeeze us for every penny we have. Did you see, apparently, I guess I'm dating this episode, but today apparently Ubisoft shareholders told them, sell yourself.
Oh my god.
Which
it's funny, it did collapse the other day, so I opened up my stock brokerage app, and turns out I need the premium plan to buy Ubisoft shares. I'm like, this shit's gonna collapse, let's get in while the going's good.
Yeah, no, they're not doing very well.
But that's assuming Ubisoft is gonna go up again, and either it goes up again, and if I'd bought it, I would have made some money, or it doesn't, and that would be fun to watch, so either way I win.
I'd be interested to see how they pull themselves out of the hole, because it just seems that they put a lot of money into Star Wars Outlaws, and it just didn't sell super well, and not because of any of the fucking, it's woke or whatever, because like no one really cares about that, but more just the fact that I think there's Star Wars fatigue 100%, but also I just don't think anyone really knew it came out.
It could, yeah. There's been a funny tweet going around on RGG Twitter lately, which is like, it took a month to sell 1 million units. Infinite Wealth shifted that in a week. Yakuza officially bigger than Star Wars.
I mean, Yakuza is an engine that was building up steam for years and years, and now it's kind of arrived at the station. Whereas, I think
they've gone off the rails.
Star Wars is the Marvel problem now, where people are just like, I do not fucking care. Like, I don't want to take a decade off. We don't want to see any more of this, basically. Which is true, because from what I understand, Outlaws is solid, even though it has got all the Ubisoft issues of like, go to the camp, scout out the camp, do the camp, and it's like, I've done this 1 million times.
It's funny though, because Skull and Bones took so long. I know the capture people who did the Skull and Bones capture years ago.
Yeah.
You can kind of it just went on and on for them, which is really funny. That was like, as a freelancer, that was a steady paycheck for a while.
Yeah, no, I always think about that with projects that are just in the hole, and it's just like, yeah, but as long as they keep paying, I don't really mind.
There is every project that's just kind of spinning its wheels, there is a freelancer out there who's making a steady paycheck. Just remember that.
I mean, it is weird though that they were being paid in Singaporean currency though.
It had to get diverted somewhere, and it sure as hell wasn't going back into the game.
I suppose so.
They were actually getting paid in doubloons. It was very odd.
Oh, funny. Pieces of 8 was, that was, they didn't get a stipend. They were getting literal pieces of 8 every month. Cool.
And a little rum ration.
Oh, very nice. But a bit of the grog for the boys. Like, I will say something funny though, which is apparently that, like, despite the fact that this shifted from GameCube to Xbox 360, which is part of the reason why it's such a fucking mess. The team was actually really excited by that, because when they started development on the GameCube, they would kind of had cold feet, because it's like, well, if we're going to innovate with the next one, the big thing we want to do is online, because like, obviously Quake pre-Arena was like massive on the PC, and it created the need for broadband internet. And like, Nintendo were the ones kind of publishers, despite the fact that they were the first ones to get a broadband adapter on the market, they didn't really care about doing it. Like, there's only 2 games that support it, which is PSO. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was like, I was trying to remember, the Phantasy Star Online episode 3, was it? Was the one that did online on the GameCube? And it was like a card battler?
No, so it's PSO 1 and 2 are the only, and I think maybe 3.
Okay, it's the proper ones, because I had PSO 1 and 2 on Xbox.
Oh, funny.
Yeah.
And obviously
Never
they were
played it online
Dreamcast.
much, because
No.
me and my mates would split screen it. It had pretty good split screen
funny.
support, which was fun.
The funny thing is that there is code in certain games that it, like Mario Kart, you can use the broadband adapter, but not for online play. But you could do a LAN link, a bit like Xboxes. You could plug a cable in, and you could do like You could use two GameCubes to do like 8-player multiplayer, basically, which pretty cool, I guess. But like when they moved over to the Xbox, they were like, "Oh, cool, yeah, Xbox Live, Halo, yeah, this is the big stuff we want to go in on, and we want to do co-op is another big thing that we want to do as well." And again, like it's trucking along, and they got this new anime art style, and they're going in on all the sort of the gadgety stuff and whatever. And from what they said, apparently, they could have got the game out for the original Xbox in the year 2005, and it would have been good. But being Rare and being overly ambitious, they saw the 360 on the horizon and said, but if we move over to that console, we can do Havoc physics, we can do better co-op, we have like more hard processor power that we could do better co-op, we could have like more players. Here's some funny fucking things as well. They wanted to do ambient occlusion. Apparently, one of the big reasons they moved over was to do ambient occlusion. Now, I don't know how much of a software tech guy you are, but like, ambient occlusion is basically like good it's like how you do really good contact shadows and realistic shadows, basically, in games. Now, I think I told you while I was playing this, but this game doesn't actually cast shadows most of the time.
I was watching some footage earlier to check, and I mean, there are some shadows here and there.
But they all point in the same direction.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing you said. Didn't want to steal your thunder, but yeah, I was looking at every box like, yeah, they all do point in the same damn direction.
There's one level which is when you're outside the club that your dad's infiltrated. Oh yeah, we haven't even mentioned the. Oh, we'll get to the dad. Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll get to the story. We're setting the table.
We're building up the story of the development of Perfect Dark Zero before we get to the story of it. There is when you're outside the club and there's like street lamps and there's trucks outside, only one of the trucks underneath a lamp is casting a shadow and the other one doesn't. It's like,
well, that truck was the one that got in screenshots in the magazines. That's what that was for.
This is a game of
truck.
There is a lot of like moments of this game that I was playing and I was going, oh, this probably looks really good in screenshots, but like the moment you kind of sit with it and you start to, it's a bit like, it's not AI as in like it looks like a fucking dream monster, but it has that kind of AI quality of when you start to pick an image apart and you start to see, that doesn't make any sense. Where's the light source for that? Why is this like, where is this texture getting a reflection from? Because there's nothing in this room kind of thing. And like, basically, that's what this game is that, like, they got so fucking hyped on all this shit that they could do on the 360 that they threw it all at it at the end. And then realized, oh, this thing doesn't fucking run. And we went to Microsoft and said, hey, can we move this to the 360? And tell you what, to make it more appealing to you, we're gonna get it for launch day.
Oh, boy.
And fucking Microsoft were licking their lips at this because... another thing that I forgot to, and I've sort of talked around this a little bit, but Rare's a really weird developer because it's not like most it's a bit like kind of the Nintendo thing of like, okay, everybody who's in the office today, we're all working on Mario today and nothing else. Okay, now we're all going to work on... No, they have like multiple teams working on all their different projects, and so you had the team that delivered Grabbed by the Ghoulies, who then basically go into a 6-year like fucking paddling pool trying to figure out what to do next, and that becomes Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. You have the Conker team who are like, we're not really, we'll
do that again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess I haven't mentioned Conker yet, which is the fact that...
Yeah, they got Conker out on the Xbox original.
Yeah, and that came out in 2005.
Oh, busy year for Rare. Busy and bad year.
Yeah, really, very busy, very bad year for Rare. But that's the team who I think go on, them and a lot of new starters at Rare, then work on Viva Pinata, which is like, if you want to argue...
In their flop era, I would say Viva Pinata got some positive buzz, and it's not a bad game. It's not a bad
It's why I don't really call it a flop era, because it's one of those things that, like, it's if you were a person who wanted to make a headline, then yeah, it is a flop area because it's like, well, they weren't making Donkey Kong Country, they weren't making GoldenEye or whatever. Like everything they did wasn't as glamorous as like what they had done before, but everything they did, what I thought was, I mean, I think Knots and Bolts is incredible, but like that's an opinion that not a lot of people share. But like Viva Pinata, I think is solid, and also if we're talking about that whole Microsoft thing of they wanted to make games that appeal to people beyond the Microsoft audience. Yeah, Viva Pinata is that. It's a life sim, it's a farming sim, it does all this cool stuff. And like I've said many times before, people dunk on the avatars, but if it wasn't for Rare, you wouldn't even remember the avatars. Like, it's like with Nintendo and the Wii of like, Wii Sports is as good as it is because of Nintendo. Avatars were only as good as they kind of were able to be because of Rare. If you gave that to any other developer, they would have just phoned it in, you know? But
I suppose so. As someone not terribly sold on the avatars, I can't exactly join you in saying, well, you know, it's good as a good thing. I wouldn't have cared if they were there, but
no, for sure. But I just, I mean, I'm willing to give him that.
I'm just trying to recount my fact that, like, man, I thought Rare was flopping, but no, you look at it on the grand scale, they were trucking along pretty much okay, just not as in the spotlight as they were when they were doing tech marvels in the 90s.
You know, to make reference to a video that you have put out very recently about the 3D Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
I guess all the adventure games are 3D, so that doesn't make sense. But the adventure era of Sonic. But I think Rare were not so much a victim the same way that Sega were, but like that early wave of YouTube where you had, you know, a lot of Big Mouse being like, you know, these games are good, these games are bad. Rare were kind of a victim of that, of like their latest game at that point was Nuts and Bolts, a weird car building game that was not a platformer, which is what people wanted. And rather than engage with what it was, which, you know,
they made the popular story that Rare is floundering. They're no longer what they once were. They've screwed it all.
They got a fat racist out to be like, how the fuck did they get this game so wrong? It's because all the original developers left. It's because Microsoft forced them to do it. And then years later, they had to do all these interviews of just like, no, none of that is true. This was all the games that we wanted. Microsoft actually asked us to make a more normal Banjo game, and we didn't want to. So there we go.
Years of stories, years of false conceptions to pick through. Even in my own brain, I've got a ton of them.
Oh no, and that's the fun of this podcast is to kind of undo a lot of truisms. Which, funnily enough, not to put shade on any other YouTubers, but part of the research of this was trying to look at what the current opinion is of Perfect Dark Zero, and there is a lot of people being like, actually, this game is a lot better than you remember it being.
And I over the last 2 days have had the opposite learning experience of
this game is actually a lot worse than this game is far worse than I ever expect. Like, I knew it was buggy and I knew it was clunky, but I figured that there'd just be a little bit of you know, at least it would get the Perfect Dark stuff right of, you know, you'd sit in you go through a facility and maybe do a couple of like little activities and stuff like that. And, you know, maybe there might be like a bit of adventure gaming. So, no, like this is like genuinely this feels like amateur, which is shocking considering it was by a developer who at that point had been in basically making games for 30 years. So obviously not the same people, but you would think you're cultivating talent for that long that, you know, a lot of, and I think that was kind of the appeal of just Rare as a developer. It's just like, well, they build talent and, you know, they're one of the longest running game studios and they have this very strong vision to what they want to do. So that I would say Perfect Dark doesn't really have. So to just basically end this development story. So they had a year basically to get this working on the 360 and they barely did. The thing was like riddled with bugs. Microsoft brought over Bungie guys to get it over the line because they were like, oh, we know how to do programming for Microsoft's consoles, so like we can figure this out. And like even they looked at the code and they were like, what the fuck is this? Like,
guys, you've really buggered this one up. What the hell?
Yeah, like the memory leaks and like all the like really, really bad stuff.
They're just standing there looking at it going, man, this is why Activision hates working with the British.
Whereas you're Microsoft and you're already looking at your console, which like you're already rushing out the door to beat Sony and like you're running the hardware tests on it and it's red ring of deathing after 30 minutes and you go, oh, that's fine. They only play for 20 once they buy it. So,
Hey, don't make the games too good. We don't want to break the console.
No, exactly. But like, yeah, so despite the fact that they only have a year to make this game and like it's a fucking mess, they're still trying to do all this like ambitious Havoc physics shit with it, and like they're trying to make it the most impressive demo that you could buy for a console. And I just want to go back to the thing that you said right at the beginning of the episode of just, I think the reason that this game got initially a lot of positive press behind it is that if you were to mind cast yourself back to 2005, I guess it would be kind of impressive.
This is the last generational leap that I think is an actual leap. Not a hop, not a step. This is like, you look at an Xbox game, and I don't mean an impressive one, because, you know, I think you could say that Black or Urban Chaos is a 360 game and trick someone, but you look at the run-of-the-mill Xbox game, then you look at the run-of-the-mill Xbox 360 game, and Joe Schmo, you know, man in the street, and go, that's a fucking 360 game. That is a big difference. It's not like the PS5 demo they did the other day, where it's people going, I cannot tell which is the new one.
They're having to zoom the picture in 8 times to show you differences in shadow detail, and it's like, are you joking? Like
this is you put like a previous generation version of a game on one screen and a new one on the next one, and you go, hot damn, it is a world of difference.
I think too, and I feel like Tujo might have a view on this, which I can always ask him about after the pod, but like, this was sort of the era where people were moving from LCDs to flat screen, like LCD TFT style television.
CRTs to, I had to do that for Dead Rising.
Yeah. And I think that old Xbox style games which were designed for the CRTs did not look very good on a flat screen, whereas 360 Soft demoed really well on it, because there was like no upscaling to it. You could run, basically, you get 720 out of it pretty early. Like, despite the fact that the Xbox didn't properly launch for HDMI, did it? You still had to use component.
You had to use that, like, you had like 6-pronged cables going into the back of the TV. It was like YBPR or whatever the fuck they were, cables.
God, yeah. But I think I
just remember having fun swapping like the red and blue or whatever around. Or red,
But even keeping that in mind, like, I play, like, even when I demoed it to you months ago and then replaying it for this, I just find Perfect Dark Zero so hideous looking. Like, not
it's astoundingly ugly.
Like, not just, it has ugly characters or the environments. No, like, literally every single, even the gun models, the one thing that you would think.
This is like, it's not even like a graphical, this thing, it's an art style thing of hideousness.
No, when people say that good arts, it's good art styles that age well, not good graphics. This is the truth of it. Like, I could maybe see somebody being impressed by this being like, wow, it's so high definition and look how much detail there is. And like, but like, even the environments themselves aren't detailed. Like, they throw shaders at everything, but it's so like ugly. Like, there's chrome on everything, but it's not real chrome. It doesn't properly reflects anything. All the speculars are completely incorrect. You shoot at it and nothing probably reacts, which, whatever. I don't really care so much about that stuff, but it is like, you are just going through the most hideous levels, shooting the most hideous characters that I have, honestly, this, like, Time Splitters 1, I will at least give the benefit of the doubt of, like, it was an early PS2 game. They probably didn't know how much that they could get away with, but, like, this is probably the ugliest game that we have ever played for Bullets.
Oh my god, yeah. I think Quake could give it a run for its money on its muddy browns, but god, no, the gun models are so over-designed. The UI is over-designed. In the second level, or what's technically the first after the tutorial, there's an objective where you have to, like, scan some people, which means zooming in with binoculars. Mm-hmm. These men all look like someone at Aardman came into work drunk and started fucking around with the clay.
There's a fucking, well, actually, I guess I can evoke her name now because she's become a villain of history. Brianna Wu, who obviously was unfortunately a victim of the Gamergate stuff, but it has turned out that she's a bit of an arsehole. But she had a fucking Kickstarter game called, like, Revolution 60 or whatever, where it was all, like, You play a spy babe, so you like, go on a space station.
That's on like Pender's level art style.
This is close. Like, Pender's spirit flew past the rare officers while they were working on this game because
it corrupted a character designer. The only one who doesn't look hideous, and even then that's like on a
probably
level,
Joanna, I would say.
Yeah, Joanna isn't hideous. Everyone else is.
No, like, Joanna would be the ugliest character in any other game because it's kind of at this period of time where it's like they haven't quite figured out the Bioshock Dishonored thing of slight bit of stylization in the character proportions, in the texturing and whatever. It's like you do have that stylized character model, but you're applying like kind of real, very shiny shaders to everything. And it's very funny because one of the things that they mentioned was why they wanted to go over to the 360 is so they could do subsurface scattering, which is basically it's how when light slightly penetrates some materials.
I did not pick up on that whatsoever. That's a tech that I feel has only really taken off in the last few years.
Well, I'll tell you this is definitely not in fucking Perfect Dark Zero. And basically the argument was, yeah, it makes our materials more realistic, especially skin. All the characters in this look like the worst sex dolls. Like
they look like clay. They look horrific.
And just
I'm throwing a lot of negative words. It's just me saying horrific, horrendous, but God, that is the thing. It's
like this is the thing when I say that like this probably demoed well in screenshots, but whenever I see screenshots of this game, all of the soldiers are wearing helmets. And it's like, I wonder why. Because yeah, the moment you see any of the faces, they are fucking dog shit. And it's one of those funny things that as the game goes on, the characters actually get uglier and uglier. To the start of, when you begin the game, again, it's mostly a lot of dudes in helmets and scientist guys, which, okay, whatever with that. Then, in classic British games development fashion, they were like, you know what this game is missing? Old-fashioned racism. And you go to China for multiple levels, and they didn't. I don't think a single Chinese. I think probably the only Chinese person who had any involvement in the game was the guy who brought him takeaway a couple of nights because, yeah, all of the voices are done by very obvious British guys doing the absolute worst Fu Manchu impressions they can. All of the character designs are, yeah. They're fucking something.
I know this is going to sound like an odd way to put it as well, but I hope you'll understand what I mean as well. And it's like, this game doesn't have the cachet or the wit or the charm or the globe trottiness to pull off a James Bond pastiche racist Chinese character. It's just like, oh, we're in China, so let's just have like just stereotypes everywhere. But let's not make it feel like globe-trotting or pastiche in the least.
No, like, everyone is... I'll tell you what sets this game wrong from what completely sets the expectations completely wrong before you start the game. That fucking 3-minute long music video.
Oh, God, yeah, okay, now we're finally at the beginning. That fucking music video.
They are trying to do a Bond style, women in silhouettes dancing while gunshots are going off. But at, like, 3,000 BPM. It's the world shittest dance song. And because they haven't really got anything to show off, it's just clips of Joanna's model posing, and then it's like, do we want to show off characters? No, let's show off gun models instead.
And they run out of juice on that as well, because eventually they just start gliding horrible gameplay clips through, and it's like, you ran out of the budget on a 3-minute long... Sorry, no, I think on a 90-second music video, you ran out of juice.
Yeah, I felt like it was 3 minutes, but yeah, it is only like 90 seconds.
It does feel... if you want to listen, do you want to know the name of the track that plays? It's Glitter Girl.
Oh, hell yeah.
So look up Perfect Dark Zero Glitter Girl, and there's also an evil reprise of that, which I learned.
Reprise? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know where that plays. It probably plays in one of the combat sims or whatever.
Maybe the boss fight with. I'm gonna say. Yeah. So one of the villains of this game, the daughter of the Chinese villain of this game, is called Mayhem, spelled Meiham.
When I
Or
first
HEM.
heard that, I thought it was like, oh, that's her deathmatch name because that's like a thing in this game. That there's a virtual sport, but no, her name is just Mayhem, and it's like, you are a fucking nutcase when you named your daughter this.
And what's his name's like Zhang Li or something.
Yeah.
Like they basically just flipped to the back of a fucking to the back of a phone book and were just like, yep, that's our name. That's who we're going with. It's like,
What's your Bond girl name? Mayhem. It's like, fucking hell. It's not Friday afternoon, it's Saturday morning and your boss is ringing you up.
No, it's November 21st before the game needs to go out. And they're like, Mayhem, there you go. God. So yeah, it starts with that. And then you get all the menus, which, yeah, as you said, again, to go with the ugliness of this game, even the user interface and experience design of this game is fucking ugly. And also, bizarrely, all sponsored by Samsung.
Yeah, I don't remember any, like, the characters aren't using Samsung phones. There's no Samsung ads in the levels that I can remember, so it's just on every main menu, which is also in 4x3, by the way. It's just
for some weird reason, yeah.
Yeah, Samsung is just in the top right, like, your menu is sponsored by Samsung.
It's like, thank you. I mean, I remember Samsung being, like, one of the first, like, HD TV guys, so maybe Microsoft had a bit of a thing of, like, hey, let's get you into... Because, yeah, something I forgot to mention was that, like, part of why Microsoft found it so appealing of, ooh, we're going to have a Perfect Dark game for launch. Oh, yeah, another thing I forgot to mention, this game also launched day and date with cameo elements of power, which maybe we could do on Coyote Time or whatever, not that it's much of a platformer, but yeah, Rare decided to basically shoot themselves in the foot and say, hey, can we try and get 2 games out for a fucking immovable launch date? Which is fucking why? Cameo, which had been in development since like the N64, which I find so...
And it's such a boring game all that time for the most tedious adventure game ever put to fucking console.
I would also say that game's kind of been hit by the ugly stick, but it helps that for most of the part it's like Gremlins and Goblins, so it doesn't... Hey, at least it kind of fits that, but...
Maybe they got the art styles mixed up somewhere along the way, or
maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, they bumped 2 guys in the office bumped into each other and got their concept art mixed. Yeah, because for some reason they still did concept art on like big bits of paper and wrote it into tubes.
They had to print them out to take them to the stamper's office.
Yeah, but no, Microsoft went all in on Perfect Dark to the fact of the 360 launch event they called the 0-day event after Perfect Dark 0.
0 day.
All of the advertising material words, Perfect Dark 0, cameo elements of power, and Call of Duty 2. Probably yeah.
Sorry, go on, but I will say 0 day is such a portentous name. When do you know what a 0 day is?
Well, I was going to say, isn't 0 day like a computer thing of like, that's when like there'd be like an EMP or something where everything would be reset to 0, basically.
No, a 0 day, from my recollection, is a bug or a glitch that they know won't be found until it's out in public.
Oh,
so for Microsoft declaring this and like the 360 launch 0 day, the fucking good called shot with your red rings of death and your buggy ass game.
Another thing that they kind of went all in on Perfect Dark being the thing to advertise the console, because again, it's like that episode of SpongeBob where Squidward's in the future and there's a guy who literally drives around just spraying everything in chrome to be like, we're in the future, everything's chrome now. Like, this is the game of that, of just like, again, it's very student amateur-y because it's like a stupid kid has just got Maya for the first time. It's like, I'm going to make that chrome. I'm going to make that gold. I'm going to have a hot babe kind of thing.
You told the story before of, when you were in a design class and everyone had these super over-designed like models rather than simplicity, rather than just focusing on what matters. This whole game feels like that with like, it's screaming at you, hey, look, we're in the future. Look, the gun has all this crap on it. Hey, this isn't just going to be a door. It's going to have beveled sides and like roll out in a big... Like, it's going to come up off the ground, then go in a semicircle. It's going to be super over-designed and impractical. Like, everything is screaming at you. Look at how many polygons. Look at how much crap we can make everything look like.
I'm now thinking of, like, you remember the original version of FF14 where they had, like, flower pots that were 1 million polys and stuff?
Yeah.
Those doors were probably, like, 1 million. Like they probably like somebody straight out of university made those doors and was so fucking proud of it. But it's like that was what was causing the game to chug, was they didn't realize the doors were all 1,000,000 polys each.
But like a friend of mine once said of the movie Dread, like she said, you can pause at any frame on this movie and it will look gorgeous. And that has to, this game has the opposite, where you can like, I can scroll through my timeline where I've put all my footage, I can freeze anywhere and this game will look made up. It will look fake.
That's the one. We've been talking about this a little bit on Twitter, and the big thing that's always come out is that this looks like a fake. This is the game that they were making in Grandma's Boy. Like this is a fake video game that they make for television, down to the fact that you play as a hot babe in it. Like it's so, like it's a graphics box picture come to life again.
Pretty much, yeah. You could use this to teach, like, this could be on a do's and don'ts of graphic design. You could just do all of the don'ts with this one game.
I mean, I'm interested now, though, because you know how, like, I don't know if you saw it, but a game came out earlier in the year called Crow Country, which its selling point was they made it look like it was pre-rendered PS1 Resident Evil or, like, FF7 style backgrounds. But it was all real time, so you could like rotate the camera around and it still had that aesthetic. Do you think in like a year's time, somebody's going to be like, I'm really inspired by launch 360 games and I want my game to look like that in real time? And it's just going to be like,
I am curious now, because that's something that maybe we can talk about, but the Dreamcast had an aesthetic. The PlayStation 1 had an aesthetic, which is like limitations of the time and cultural trends tend to define, like, why do we do this? Why did the Dreamcast have a lot of beach games? Well, because we just got the rendering tech to make water look really good, so beaches made sense. Why do PS1 games shimmer? It's because of how it handled textures. All of these early lighting tests on the 360 might become a thing of, we like this exaggerated shittiness that at one point looked novel.
It's the thing that I said about Die Hard Vendetta, where it has like it almost looks like hyper unreal. Like that second level when you're on Hollywood Boulevard, and it is a bright blue Sega sky, and your gun has this chrome texture. Like it looks like the Californication music, the fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers music video, where you can tell it's not a real video game. There's like real-time stuff that you couldn't do in real time. But the 360 era kind of got there. And it's funny because this isn't what I would say, like, when I think of the 360 in my head, the game that sums up its aesthetic is Gears of War, where it's so muddy and grey looking, but you do have like those exaggerated normal maps and textures where it's like, all detail driven, we can have like depth maps and whatever. Like, Assassin's Creed kind of looks like that. Batman Arkham Asylum looks like that. This is a little bit
kind of predates the next gen filter and all that joke.
Yeah, Call of Duty 2 might be closer, whereas this is a bit too glossy and a bit empty looking. I would say is also a big thing, but I can't remember where we got. But so sorry. So the one last thing I wanted to say was, so they went all in on using Perfect Dark Zero and Joanna Dark as their big advertising point for this game, to the extent of, and it was something I almost mentioned at the beginning of the episode, FHM in the UK, which I can't remember what FHM stands for, like Fit as Hotties Monthly or something. I don't fucking know.
Fear Master's Voice.
There we go. Fear Master's Voice. Fear his voice.
That's not even FHM. It's not even close. It's just got F, and then I trailed off into HMV.
Yeah. They had a cover which was like Joanna Dark, move over God. It's the most attractive woman made by man.
Move over. Oh, wait. There's a lot I need to unpack in that sentiment.
Okay.
Move over God.
Move
man
over God.
A hotter woman than you.
Yeah, that was the selling point. And the picture isn't even a render from the game. It's like a heavily, like, I think it's it might be a drawn image, or it might be a heavily airbrushed woman. Let me see if I can find it.
I do love airbrush. Wait, this was a real woman who they made look like Joanna Dark, or
here's the thing, I'm not quite sure.
Because I thought you said airbrush, I'm like, wait, did they airbrush a picture of a fucking render?
No, I think they did. Yeah, have a look at this and let me know if you think that's airbrushed or not.
What the? That is a tiny picture.
Oh, so yeah, sorry, I couldn't find it.
There
is a larger one.
That resolution, I think that's a render.
I think it's a render, but they have gone in and they have they've definitely jazzed this render up a little bit. They've gone into Photoshop.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I'm just now thinking of, do you know David Cage? He got whatever
Madison
her name.
Or whatever her name
is.
Yeah,
not Madison, the one from Indigo Prophecy.
Oh, yeah.
Got her into I think Playboy. So, man, these guys could only get FHM.
I mean, wasn't that a thing that we were talking about as well? The Spike TV Game Awards, which was like Jeff Keighley's first attempt of, we need the Oscars for games. And Spike TV were like, oh, maybe if you had a wet t-shirt contest to it. And he was like, okay, I'll compromise. And one of the categories was like hottest video game babe. And I believe in 2005 it was Joanna Dark, but she was competing with like whoever the love interest was from Warrior Within, the Prince of Persia game. And I don't know, like a fighting game character or something.
I feel like the fighting game character would sweep, but then fighting games had no cultural cachet at the time unless you were Mortal Kombat. So
also, if you're Microsoft, you threw $1 million at the Spike TV Game Awards because they think if Joanna Dark won the award, people would go out and
rigged the hottest woman competition.
I rigged the competition. Yeah, that was what that's the ethics that we care about in games. is when Microsoft rigs the hottest babe contests.
I'm now just thinking about like Playboy got whoever it was from Indigo Prophecy. FHM got Joanna Dark, who did Nut Skit.
Well, I was going to say, wasn't Blood Rain on like a cover? Well, even before that, Lara Croft was on like she was on the cover of The Face, which was like a really trendy kind of like old British magazine at the time, where like the cover says something like, you know, she's smarter than Einstein and wiser than Yoda. It's Lara Croft, but bigger than Pammy. It's like how they described it. It's like, cool.
She's diabetic. It's Lara Croft.
Oh yeah, my favorite. I'll tell the story on the pod quickly now, but yeah, I always used to think Lara Croft had diabetes because she used to advertise Lucozade, which for the longest time I believed as a child, because my parents wouldn't let me drink it, and they sold it in health shops and sports centers, and the only person that I knew who drank it was the type 1 diabetic. So in my head, my assumption was, oh, I can't drink it because it's medicine for diabetes. Ergo, anyone who drinks Lucozade is a diabetic. And so Lara Croft,
delicious-looking medicine.
I mean, I wasn't the smart. I mean, I'm not really the smartest adult, but I definitely wasn't the smartest child. So.
I think we all had stupid fucking beliefs as kids.
Yeah, that is the funniest one, though, is thinking that Lara Croft was diabetic because she drank Lucozade. Because then that raises the question of, well, why do you think Lucozade's for diabetics? And it's like, oh, it makes perfect sense. Let me go through the details.
Yeah, when you put together, when you correlate all of the evidence, and by evidence I mean conjecture you have as a child, it just kind of lines up.
You know, I'm surprised there wasn't like a soft drink tie-in for it. Like, this would have been the era of doing that. Like, she should,
like Boost.
Or like Mountain, like if they're going for the Americans, Mountain Dew. You know?
Yeah. Imagine Joanna Dark just cracking into a can of Relentless.
Speaking of which, first thing that I got annoyed by with this game, not that I should really care, but Joanna Dark, famous British, you know, female spy, started this game up and she's speaking like a Yank, and it's like, what the fuck is this?
In 3 years, she develops a British accent. Where the hell did that come from?
Oh, maybe she's one of those people who like picks up accents very quickly, I suppose. But
I mean, my headcanon, which I don't actually believe in and I'm making up on the spot, is, you know, there's that one mission where it's like, oh, we've given you a male voice synthesizer to trick the guards. She's just running a British module in Perfect Dark. She's just a Yank.
It just thinks it's really funny. I thought you were going to say it's because her dad died and she's like, oh, finally, I don't have to do this Yank accent.
God, we'll get into her dad, because I kind of hate every character in this game.
My favourite thing, this game is set in the far-off science fiction future of 2020.
Yep.
COVID is everyone's at home. They're watching Tiger King and making sourdough bread. Meanwhile, Joanna Dark, her dad, and her mate Chakra? Chandra, sorry.
Yeah.
They're off doing mercenary shit.
Chandra, who, by the way, I think is player 2 in the co-op mode, even though
Which is
she's
really
meant to be
funny.
driving the boat.
Yeah. Considering where the plot goes, that's really funny.
Yeah, it is really funny. He's like, damn, where did you find this time to yourself? But we'll get into that.
Yeah.
You were meant to be my backup.
So, one of the first things I messaged you was I said that it's really weird that Jack Dark makes his daughter dress in a cat suit. Because this first level, she is wearing
I
a
forgot she was in a cat suit until I checked my footage. Like, he lets her dress how she wants. But no, then you play the first level and, oh yeah, she's in a cat suit.
Uh-huh. Very weird. What does that mean?
Dad, where's Mum? What's going on?
Yeah, Dad, where is Mom? That's the first question. Dad, where is Mom? So this game begins with you as Joanna Dark, infiltrating a Datadyne science base out in the middle of the ocean. I don't know which ocean though, just a ocean, right?
It's just an ocean. It could be the Pacific, but it's non-specific.
No, and they're developing spider bots. That seems to be their big thing, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you get attacked by a lot of spider bots, but you're here to destroy a CPU of some description.
Yeah, you use you have a camera. You have a floating camera that is basically the spy cam from Perfect Dark, but with way less utility to it because it just turns into a little mini game, and mini game like in the lightest sense because it's basically what you do as Joanna Dark, but you can't shoot anyone.
Pretty much, yeah. And I mean, this tutorial level is like, okay, let's run you through all the features, only several of which you're only going to use once beside this level. So, oh look, we've got a really primitive cover system to show off our 3D models. Oh look, you can use the melee button to bash boxes and they have physics. Oh boy, hacking minigame. Stuff that happens maybe 3 more times throughout the game. And oh yeah, you can roll through lasers. Did you ever use the dodge roll?
Not only did I never use the dodge roll, I barely used cover.
Oh, cover is awful. Like, coming back to this game, you can use cover sometimes, but because your crosshair is so static, there's no softness to it. If you're in cover, you line up a shot, you tap to move out, and your crosshair will move up or like to the side and away from your opponent. You can duck out before then, but it's like, well, what's the point of cover then? It's better to just like not be in cover and wiggle out the side.
There's only one time they make you use cover, and it is literally in the tutorial, which is hide behind the pillar so the camera can't see you, and then shoot the camera.
And then, oh, by the way, cameras won't really matter for the rest of the game because there will be one non-optional stealth section.
So there was something I was trying to figure out, and I don't know whether you might know this better than me, but that weird FPS style, you go into cover and it becomes third person. Was there a game before this that did that? Because I feel like there was.
It rings a bell, but I can't place it. Like, you're talking about a first-person game that goes into
that then becomes third person when you go into cover, basically.
I, for the life of me, can't remember.
No, because it wasn't RE.
Right.
It definitely wasn't RE4. Like, that had bits of cover, but that's third person throughout, basically. But
and all the popular kind of cover shooters before this, of which there aren't too many. There's There's Operation Winback, which wasn't popular, and there's the one that everyone says invented it, which it didn't.
Kill Switch, which didn't
Kill Switch, which was
it.
third person anyway, like third person.
Yeah, exactly.
Was Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter?
Oh, it might be. You know what? Do you know what? The answer is probably a Ubisoft game, but that I'm not thinking of. It might be a Rainbow Six or something. Because the Rainbow Six game.
Vegas! But that was later. Vegas also had the first person, but then third in cover. But that was a bit.
But you know what? That was probably pioneered in like Rainbow Six 3 or 4 or something. You know, if people know better than us, please leave a review with. Please give it 5 stars as well, just so your comment will be above everybody else's, and we will see it. But yeah, because I was thinking of that, and I was also thinking of occasionally the game does picture-in-picture, kind of like when she goes on a zip line, it shows you like little cartoon cutout stuff. And
Which,
the only two
funnily
games
enough, to go back to it, Indigo Prophecy had done that.
You know what? That was probably Indigo Prophecy that was probably what they were inspired by, because the two games I could think of
24.
that did it.
Oh, 24 the game. 24
Oh,
the game
I
had
guess
it, of
24
course.
as well, yeah, which people thought was going to be huge because it was like, Sony's making this and 24 is the biggest show on television. And then you play it and it's like, oh, this sucks.
This is ass.
Sony were in the lab and they said, you know what, this is going to be a really good mini-me video in a few years' time. They were like Marty McFly when he plays Johnny B. Good to the 50s audience.
You don't really get it, but Mini-Me's gonna love it.
This is a bit too weird for you guys, but this is going to make a really fun jank video in years' time. I was thinking of the fucking Hulk game does it, but that's because Ang Lee's Hulk also does it. And 13 obviously does it as well because it's all comic book panel stuff. But yeah, this game also does it as well, and it's like, but this game does it in the stupidest way of that it basically just shows you comic book panels of people getting shot.
In my case, the funny one is like, I just remember it from when in one mission, a scientist. So sometimes there will be non-hostile NPCs, but if they spot you, they'll run and they'll trigger an alarm. So yeah, I just have a scientist standing by a nondescript wall, one of many, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I've killed all the security already.
Yeah, like what the fuck are you gonna do? Again,
Call
you
for
played on
backup,
Agent.
buddy. They ain't getting back up.
Good news, you played on Agent. There's none of that. They can't.
Did they just remove the scientists from the level?
Oh no, the scientists are there, but they can't call for backup.
Poor guys. What did they run? Did they do anything?
Yeah, they just kind of stand around and cower.
Oh, okay, yeah. In this, sometimes they'll run for like the fucking security.
Except for the ones that have to do stuff for you. Like, there's a guy in this level who is in a cage and he's like, "Hey, can you get rid of these spider bites for me?" Like, it's like somebody on the team that they would just like do a nerd voice, and it's like, okay. And like he says the thing of like, I don't know what was worse, the arachnophobia or the claustrophobia, and it's like, I literally have no time for bits. Can you just like fucking hurry this up?
Look, buddy, it ain't 1999. You ain't funny no more. Get to the computer.
Listen, bud, you're not in a good FPS game. Just fucking get on with it.
I am not in the mood to be charmed right now.
No, fuck. Listen, I watched a 90-second music video, which was the hottest thing I'd ever seen in 2005. I don't want japes. All right.
Japes don't keep me up.
This game won the Hottest Babe Award at the Spike TV Game Awards. I do not want any Don Knotts bits. Fuck off.
I'm not sure if I should be laughing or aroused, and frankly, I don't like you confusing the issue.
I don't like either. But yeah, in this level, yeah, you have to destroy a CPU, and that causes all the spider bots to go haywire, and then you escape. And
also, I don't know if it is the case on Agent, but on Secret Agent, there is like the objective: escort the scientists. This is going to come up a lot. There'll be like, you'll be given teammates, and it's like, hey, bonus objective: escort these guys.
Oh yeah, and you do that in Agent. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but it's when they have health, it's less like. It's babysitting because they just do whatever they want. It's not, you don't have any controls like, hey, wait here, do that. It's like, they'll just run ahead and you just kind of got to hope they don't die.
No.
Just got to bet on it.
We were talking about innovations from other games. The big one in this, because they realized that the levels are complete, despite the fact that, so even though you go to labs and stuff like that, there isn't that GoldenEye Perfect Dark thing of like, they feel like real places and like, you know, there's extra rooms and stuff that usually have goodies in them to kind of give the feeling of like this could be a real office building. For the most part, this is like a very Halo 2 straight shot from one end to the other. Yet, because the game is so fucking disgusting to look at and confusing, the level design is like, it's really hard to figure out the way ahead. Now, it's one of those things that when you're really deep in development, it's very hard to fix that. But fortunately they brought over an innovation from the Forza Motorsport games, which is they give you a fucking driving line to get from place to place if you take too long.
I don't know how it is on Agent. I don't know if on Agent it's just like, hey, just turn this on. But on Secret Agent and up, they don't give you that right away. You have to be you have to be floundering for a couple minutes before someone on the radio goes, "Joe, why aren't you there yet? Follow the guide." And it's like, fuck you, this level design is terrible.
They do the same in Agent, like they'll occasionally, like you'll hear your dad go, "I've sent you a waypoint, Joanna," and then it will appear, and it's like, "Cool, thanks," because I was looking at this for more than 10 seconds and was like, "Am I going the right way, or am I going in circles because every room looks the fucking same?" Like,
I love on later levels, this is a really great difficulty curve, where on later levels where you're walking on snow, it's impossible to see the driving line. It's great.
Oh
great
yeah, or like if
building.
you're in a room with a lot of bright blue lights, you can't see shit.
Yeah.
Did
good.
you like
eye strain? Maybe that's why I had a headache all of yesterday. I was trying to see the driving line when I got lost, and I was like straining my eyes.
Not that we're at the snow level yet, but one thing that made me think that like they probably had Bill Gates in the room and said, "Check this out." Did you notice that when you walk on the heavy when you walk on the heavy snow, you get a crunchy snow walking sound effects?
I didn't notice that.
Oh, well, I had a lot of downtime in levels when I couldn't figure out where to go. So I was walking on snow a lot, and it does make that kind of very nice, crispy, walking through like a few inches of snow sound. And yeah, I could just imagine them like going to a demo booth and being like, "Can't do that in Half-Life 2, fuck you," kind of.
Yeah, but Half-Life 2 has distinct reload sounds, so, swings and roundabouts.
Half-Life 2 is a good game, so swings and roundabouts. But the level end, well, not that we've really just, the level is basically you go in, you get sciences, and then you get out. It turns out the entire thing was it was a Datadyne simulation that you were on with your dad and Chandra for some weird reason. But
yeah, she was doing mission control while you played video games.
Basically, which isn't the last time you do that, funnily enough, in this game. So just to explain to people who don't know about Perfect Dark, what's Perfect Dark about? Well, it's about one called Joanna Dark, who is named after Joan of Arc for some weird reason, despite the fact that she doesn't get messages from God to, I don't know, blow up all the silos in a level or anything like that.
She doesn't get burned at the stake or nothing.
She's not 14, which is, I guess that's kind of a good thing if she did.
Yeah, if she was shooting people at 14, I already don't like her dad, but yeah, he wasn't making it. Actually, no, he was giving her combat training since she was a kid, so
the weirdest thing about
there's a lot to answer for with Jack.
The weirdest thing about it, Dad, is that he looks exactly like the guy from Deus Ex Human Revolution. Fucking Adam Jensen's boss.
Well, he kind of does. Yeah, he does kind of have that going on.
He's got the silver whip in his hair. He's got the kind of cream waistcoat on. Like if he had metal arms, he would look exactly like that guy, and kind of sounds like him as well. And this game does do the you're in first person and so you go into cover and then you see Adam Jensen thing.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Maybe this game was ahead of its time, and I'm totally right.
But yeah, it's a cyberpunk setting where it's corporate warfare, which again go back to the first Perfect Dark and GoldenEye. That is a very clever advancement on secret agent. We'll do corporate espionage because that gives us more freedom, more moral ambiguity. Though I don't believe Perfect Dark really stews in ambiguity in that way.
No, not at all. It's basically the Carrington Institute are the good guys and Datadyne are always the bad guys. One thing is, when I was talking earlier about them going for an anime influence, one thing they wanted to do more was they wanted to get Ghost in the Machine references in, which I guess the spider bots
that seems entirely surface level, because I'll say I wasn't getting mad about this. I am not a cyberpunk purist. I understand It's just using it as an aesthetic. But this game's tonality is so cooked. It's so nothing. There's we'll get more into it as we get more story beats. I've got most of my 3 pages of notes are just kind of what the hell is this game? Who is anyone? What was the point of any of this? As an origin story, it sucks. As a cyberpunk setting story, it kind of sucks. But it's I don't know. There's no sense of the world or anything in this, which wouldn't be so bad.
It's not that thing where it feels like with most games where it's it feels like this is a facsimile of the thing that you're trying to do. This is a facsimile of a facsimile. This is so, again, it feels so rushed and amateur that you don't get a flavor of anything through anything that you're doing, really.
Yeah, it's like the thing of where basically it's cyberpunk, which isn't like the most unknown genre in the world, but because it's just using it as a motif, it's like, okay, we'll use imagery to just quickly sell the idea, get across what we need to get across. But it feels like they've just thrown up this imagery without even understanding what you're meant to take away from it. It's like, hey, futuristic Hong Kong. Okay. Hey, techno base in the ocean. All right. It's like, there's no kind of sense or meaning or like, I don't know, greater sense of the world because of its use. It doesn't it doesn't work as shorthand at all.
I think a good example of that is one of the Hong Kong levels begins with you in a car park. And you watch a cutscene where a stupid woman just stands for 60 seconds while more bad guys come in, and she just looks around to see more bad guys come in. But every single car in that parking lot is like, it's that Sid Mead car design from Blade Runner, but every single car is exactly the same.
It also comes. It's just, hey, do you get it? Do you get it? Future.
Yeah, do you like Blade Runner? Do you want would you like Blade Runner as explained to you by a 10-year-old boy? Well, this is this game, I guess.
What if we put the ugliest scope on James Bond's gun? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because that is Joanna's basic gun. It's a P99, but they have whacked the dumbest scope on the top of it.
The gun I got most annoyed by, and I guess we're talking about guns for a second, but they bring back the laptop gun in this. Now, the point of the laptop gun in the original Perfect Dark was that it is an espionage weapon. It is called the laptop gun because it looks like a laptop. You can bring it into like different places and be like, oh, don't worry about it, it's not actually a weapon. And then when rubber hits the road, there's the cool transformation effect of you pull it apart into pieces and boom, it turns into a rifle, basically. Oh. It's just in this game as like a weapon that just guards have, and it's like, why would they, if you're a fucking guard, why would you have a weapon that you can turn into a laptop? That's I'm annoyed by that as well now. I know that. It's okay, talking about, not using imagery without understanding it. Yeah, the most iconic gun in the game is just brought back with no thought then. It's just like, no, it's there because, remember Perfect Dark? It's like, fuck. But I've had the same issue with...
That could have been a cute gag if it turned out like, oh, all of like the scientists or like office workers had a laptop gun. And it's like they just pick up their gear and like, hey, we're actually fighting you. But no, it's just give the guards a gun because this is what was in Perfect Dark. So
imagine if there was like a cool cutscene where like you had like one of the scientists and he's like, oh, you got me, and then like, you know, you turn your back on him and then he just opens his laptop and then turns it into the laptop gun and then it becomes like a mini boss or something. That'd be fun. Whereas in this, it's like, I mean, it's the thing I said to you yesterday as well, is that like future 2020 guards in a futuristic underground base have old-fashioned AK-47s with the wood trim.
I was wondering earlier on, is this a prequel thing where we're meant to be in the in-betweens of technology? But it's a 3-year gap. It's like, we're still using classical Colt M4s and AKs, and the MP5 is recognizable. It's like all the guns are just modern, but they've been given stupid affectations. Yeah. And then there's the plasma gun and the Super Dragon. It's like, what? Okay.
And like, I don't want to like be a fanny about this, but like, I can't, like, the reasoning for why all those weapons were there in, like, Jurassic Park Trespass made sense, because it was like, we've sent 100 mercenaries, shitty mercenaries to this island, and they're literally using whatever weapons they had on them, or literally army surplus is the cheapest thing to buy. Whereas, if you're the head of Datadyne, you're Zhang Li, and you want to show off how fucking cool your weapons are, why would you let a guy use an old-fashioned AK with wood trim? It's just like, again, it's like, not going far enough in kind of like fleshing out this world, which that was what the first Perfect Dark had going for it, was like, we can make a world that is we can make a world that is as cool and robust as Bond, and that was the whole appeal of why people wanted a sequel to it, was I want to live more in this world. Which, again, let's get into that, which is, why is this a prequel?
It's the origin story of Joanna Dark. It's how she come to work for the Carrington Institute, which is kind of funny because a very early detail about Jack, your dad, who is obviously a mentor figure in this game, is like, he doesn't trust any big corporation, Carrington or Datadyne, which makes the way this game goes tragic in a very understated and stupid way, because this game has no as an origin story. It's like, I don't know, this feels detractive of character rather than, oh, I understand more about who Joanna is, how she became this person. I can't imagine like what she becomes after this, because she's nothing in this game.
Like, to use an example of like Tomb Raider, because again, the original point of Perfect Dark was they wanted to make Joanna a more interesting character than fucking Lara Croft, who at that point, like, even though Toby Gard had the best of intentions of, she's hot, but she's also like that's the idea, like a nerd in the 90s idea of like feminism is, what if a hot babe was smart? And it's like, cool, dude, like that. But then obviously,
my God, are you a fellow sapiosexual?
Yeah, he is. But again, like, you can see how like in the 90s they thought like that's like kind of their idea of like empowerment. But then Rare's like, no, we can be a bit smarter than this. Like, yeah, she's she wears a catsuit and like sometimes she goes on missions where she wears a dress or whatever. But we can make a female Bond. We can make her a bit more like self-assured, kind of cocky, all that sort of stuff. And then it's as you said in this, it's like basically the story is she goes, her father figure dies and she finds another father figure. And it's like, oh, like, but
yeah, she's, and in every cutscene where she actually talks, which is very little, she's just kind of bratty and snotty and impatient and like, and it's like it doesn't feel like there's a moment where she kind of like wisens up. It feels just kind of more tragically like, I mean, in broad strokes, just hit the story is like, oh, you killed that guy, you can come work for me now, get in the car. And she's like, cool. And it's like, that's the story of how you got your job. This feels like just a rung of coincidences.
Like, she kind of just becomes a seller. Like, she goes, because, like, you see
that's the thing. That was the tragedy. Always like, okay, so cyberpunk setting, your dad distrusting, but hey, you're making your own mark in the world. You're bounty hunting with your dad. You got your own little corp, and you become a corporate toady. It's like, that's not a good story. That kind of sucks. In a cyberpunk setting, that sucks.
Yeah, like her putting on the Perfect Dark costume at the end, which you mentioned that yesterday, and I just think of like they probably in their head thought like that was their Batman Begins moment of, yeah, she's putting on the iconic Carrington Institute black onesie with a blue top, like fucking hell. And it is just like such a empowering moment, because again, you go from a character who you see her in screenshots and like she's dressed like an SSX character, and you expect like she's gonna be like, oh, riot girl, like I fuck authority, I'm gonna spray paint while also doing spy shit. Like, cool, alright, that's a cool idea. So the fact that the end point of the story, because again, it has to lead into Perfect Dark, is I'm gonna become a fucking corporate stooge, is just like, oh, that sucks.
Like, I don't know how you do this. I mean, we are talking in 2024 mode, but yeah, it's like it's the story of how I went from working with my dad and my friend to working at a corporation. And it's like, okay, we'll fucking hell. I say we'll get more into it, even though we've gone into it, even though we keep... Sure. This is the most vindictive episode. We keep jumping forward to shit bits, but it's like... It feels like they wanted to write their own story, and then at the 75% mark remembered they were making a prequel and had to like rapidly like just crank the steering wheel left.
It's Revenge of the Sith. It's literally the first the last 20 minutes of that film is like, all right, places, people. We literally
wait, shit, we've got canon to line up with.
Fucking Obi-Wan Kenobi. We literally need you on the starting line for when Luke is 18. We need you to be on the starting line for 18 fucking years until Luke turns up. And it's like, how embarrassing.
Yeah, it's like, it feels like they forgot they can't be telling their own story until the last minute. It's like, how do we weld these things? But
whereas, what if they made it a sequel and they flipped it around, where instead she goes from working for the Carrington Institute to becoming a freelancer? I mean, granted, I don't know how they would then her dad undies and she starts working with her dad.
They flip it around in the sense that her dad just turns up and is like, hey, I know you've got like a steady job, but I'm starting a bounty hunting agency. You want to Dad, you were shot in the head. And it's like, yeah, I don't care, I got better.
I like the idea of just like this 40-year-old woman just being like, yeah, I'm going into business with my kooky 70-year-old mercenary dad. Like,
it sounds fun. Right. Look, they say family's important. I want to be there for him in his twilight years. running
We're gonna
guns and doing
We're gonna
bounty
go
hunting.
do. We're gonna go do work in Hong Kong for 18 levels.
So, I mean, let's do the story for a bit.
Right.
Let's actually get to these
tell
points.
us the plot, Snake.
So, okay, so, yeah, it turns out that was a simulation, but hey, we got a real job lined up. We are gonna go to Hong Kong to collect this guy called Ziegler before Datadyne can get to him, or save him from Datadyne because they already have him.
It's saving him. So basically, Ziegler is a scientist who he figured out a way to translate glyphs in Peru.
Yeah.
Which is related to, they think there is basically the alien glyphs in Peru, and they think that's related to some kind of cool alien thing somewhere else in the world, but obviously they won't know what that is until they get Ziegler, basically. So, yeah, you gotta find him. And you go there with his daddy daughter day, you go and do the job with your dads.
Yeah, pretty much. And, this is the planting the seed of something in this game, which just really wound up just getting my goat. It's something that I think, I get it, it's a prequel, but it just wound up annoying me because the rest of the game flies in the face of it, is Dad going in the mission briefing. Oh yeah, before every mission you have a mission briefing with materials, maps, and pictures. Then in the game you have an objective screen where you just have a text, which is not helpful. In case you ever get lost, you can't look at pictures or maps or nothing, but anyway. Your dad goes oh yeah, you're finally gonna get to see some action, Joanna. And it's well, he doesn't want you to. He's you're outside taking pictures while he goes and tears up the club.
He's literally, hey, can you keep the car warm?
Yeah, you get dropped on. He's take some pictures, and Chandra's gonna sell pictures of these clay figures online. I'll be in the club actually doing the job. You keep yourself busy, hun.
The binoculars have a listening function somehow, and you listen to one of the gangsters outside, and he's just kind of yeah, Ziegler's inside, and it's cool. That was worth putting myself in danger for. You really, it is like a Homer and Lisa style relation. Yeah, that would make this game so much funnier if Joanna Dark was just Lisa Simpson, just being I don't know. No,
if this was
what I'm doing.
Wallace and Gromit thing where Wallace keeps fucking up, and then Gromit saves him, but Wallace still thinks well, he's just a dog. He's not really that smart. I'm the clever one. If it was that dynamic, I mean, it is that dynamic, but played straight, where it's Jack relentlessly fucks up. He keeps getting captured. He keeps getting shot. Joe saves him every mission, but then in the thing, it's Joe, I don't know if you're ready for this.
But even funnier than that, you say about the fact that this would be funnier as the farce, if he was a kooky granddad. He then literally his brain gets blasted and he does become a kooky granddad for half an hour.
Yeah, but half an hour, in 5-second intervals.
It's true.
Yeah, when this plot point goes anywhere. But no, yeah, your dad's Joe, I said don't get into any trouble, but I got into trouble. Can you get into some trouble for me?
Doe, I've eluded all the guards, Joe. Help me out. And then Sandra's just you should go help your dad. It's all right, thanks, Fat Man Scoop. You're adding a lot to this fucking game. Just
Joe, you know how bad the stealth mechanics are? I just found out. Get in here.
Despite the fact that your dad's a fuck up, he does at least manage to get a audience with the club owner, who's also seems to be a triad head, but also seems to work for Datadyne or something. I didn't quite.
He's probably got connections. He's probably just holding on to Ziegler for them. It's it's cyberpunk, so there's a criminal and he's got ins with. He's doing jobs for the big corp. That's
they're doing dirty work.
Fair.
Yeah, I get that. But I also didn't quite understand what his relationship was with Datadyne, but they never really tell yet. But
I think you're just meant to go, he's working with Datadyne. Don't question it too much.
Datadyne were the guys who gave him his scary black eyes and also let him do cool Matrix moves out the window. Your dad gets shot so often that when he does finally get shot and died, I didn't believe it.
You're hang on, come on. He's at least got half a health bar left.
Yeah, come on, Dad. I saw you pick up the floating armor, the floating rotating armor earlier. I know you're a good fighter.
That is the most incongruous thing in this game is, weapons fall on the floor. Everything is trying to look diegetic, but they still haven't cracked. How do we do armor? Floating, rotating.
The thing is, I don't think the original Perfect Dark has that. I think
That's
those are
funny.
like flat bits of armor that just sit on the floor. This is like Quake for some fucking reason.
Somehow this element regressed. Actually, I guess this whole game is a regression, so...
This game is a massive regret, like in a lot of different ways. One funny thing that I guess we've evoked his name a few times, but Suja mentioned is that I forgot about the fact that this game was like a big selling point was dynamic armor. Like if you shoot armor off an enemy, it all like, you know, you can shoot off different bits of armor. I mean, maybe in agent mode is different, but literally if you just shoot anyone wearing armor, it like explodes off like you've dropped a fucking Lego.
Oh,
like
it
you've dropped like a
looks
big
horrible.
Lego build on the
Yeah.
floor.
They break apart exactly like kind of Lego men in the Lego games, where you're just piling into with an MP5, and they're just like gurging like bits of nondescript black-looking armor, and it's like, ugh. The first time it happened, I thought it was a glitch, and then it's like, oh, this is a show they have armor. They shouldn't show it this way.
No, they shouldn't. There's a better way. Like again, I think Halo probably hit the nail on the head of having the sort of the energy armor, which dissipates, but not good, really bad.
Very, very ugly. It looks wrong. It looks like a glitch. But then it happens often enough, you think, maybe it isn't a glitch. Maybe this game is just horrendously
Maybe this was a
ugly.
stylistic choice that they made of having armor that explodes off people like shrapnel.
We're going this way. I don't know why things get split up as they do. It's like, Joanna, you go through and get to the subway and, regroup with us.
Oh no, you have to find his briefcase. Ziegler's like, I need my briefcase.
we get sent off to grab his briefcase, which has his research, which is just in a random lockup somewhere in town. So we go through the next level, which already it starts with an graphically impressive garage, and then becomes side streets that are so hideously ugly. It's like a fucking kingpin is giving these streets a run for their money, and that game at least had an art style.
Do you like the fact that they do all congregate around red barrels, though?
I do appreciate that. So it rapidly went down to 3 and then to 0.
And then somehow, even though the game doesn't tell you this, whoever the last guy you killed was, magnetically you just pick up his parking pass, which is how you get to then leave the complex.
I had to find it on the floor.
Oh, okay, you don't have to do that on Agents.
Why?
I love the fact that like the way that we're describing this is that like your issues with these games, with this game, is just like it's frustrating, it's convoluted, it's stupid. Whereas my like issues with this game is like if it's too fucking easy, nothing happens in this game.
I would have taken the easy road on that one of just give me the damn key, not I gotta find some shit on the floor. But yeah, you get the briefcase and you fight through the subway, killing like a lot of. I think you kill a lot of subway security as well. I kind of feel bad for those guys. They just get wrapped up in this shit. Maybe they. I
don't know whether this is when I texted you, but the subway was when I thought that's like the first music track of this game where I went, oh, cool. This is cool. Like, oh, whoever did the soundtrack for this, like, everybody else was like rushing to get this game out the door, and like, rather than power it back, they were just kind of like, nah, it's fine. We're Rare. We got the Halo guy. We know what we're doing, and just like shat the bed. Whereas I will say the soundtrack of this game is like really.
Oh, it's good.
Like goes fucking hard. It's really good.
I will say as well, that is where I can feel the Rare / like. I mean, it's not lineage when it comes to Free Radical, but yeah, these guys like their music to fucking sell.
So so obviously Norgate and Kirkhope had done the stuff for GoldenEye, and then they kind of did this, but then so Norgate started doing work on Perfect Dark, left to go to Free Radical. Kirkhope had hopped on a little bit of it, but he was joined by a guy called David Klinick, who was new at Rare at the time. And that's the guy who did the soundtrack for this. And I would like, because initially I said to you, oh, this is a really good Kirkhope soundtrack, but no, like this is, again, going with the whole thing of Rare building up talent. This guy just worked really well in the house style, but kind of gave it his own edge. Like, especially that bit in the train station is funny because it's like they don't really do alien stuff in this game, but because it's Perfect Dark, they're like, well, the music should sound like Perfect Dark, which was obviously, had an alien element. And so it's kind of got like it's almost like a Chemical Brothers track, but like the lead instrument is a theremin, so it sounds like an old sci-fi track, and it's like it's really good. It reminds me a bit of, and I don't know, did you ever see the film Attack the Block?
No, I've not seen Attack the Block.
I think you'd like it. It's about
Well, it's about aliens on an estate, isn't it?
yeah, it's like kids on an estate, and it's one night it gets attacked by like aliens from outer space, and they're like, oh, we got to defend. It's like an early John Boyega film, but it's called The Basement Jacks did the soundtrack for it, and it's very much the same as this, where it's like it's grime music, but it has this kind of layer of like old 50s sci-fi alien shit over it. It's good. And like when the soundtrack in this is like at its best, it's either doing that or it's doing like when you go to Peru, it is like full on Bond pastiche stuff.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of like spy riffs when missions begin, which is also accompanied, like they can't help themselves. They do the fly into the back of the head. I think on the first mission they do it twice with the spy cam as well. Like they lay it on so thick. It's like, guys, we did Goldeneye. We got the flying into the back of the head shit.
It's funny, Free Radical did exactly the same thing. Like, but
for one
I guess Haze doesn't do that though, does it?
No, yeah. I think even Time Splitters 2 though, it only does it on the first stage, doesn't it? And after
yeah, and it's literally only to explain that Cortez is becoming all these different characters. But yeah, they only do it once, and they don't do it in Future. They might do it in Future Perfect.
Maybe I don't remember it a ton, but it's like in this they lay it on super thick. Every cutscene ends with flying into the back of Joanna's head.
Do you think it was like maybe a divorce proceeding where it's like, okay, for Radical Design, you get to keep the GoldenEye the health UI where it's an orange bar on one side and a blue bar on the other. Meanwhile, we're going to keep the camera flying into the back of the heads.
That's ours.
Yeah, that's ours. That's our unique selling point.
Okay. You can visit it on weekends.
Yeah, you can do it. We'll let you do it once in number 2, and in return, we have Quake-style floating armor. There we go. That's the agreement.
And Free Radical's like, do you really want that? And like, someone just don't question it. Let your enemy make their mistakes.
Listen, Bill Gates said that this would get the game to 1 million copies sold if we did it, so we're just going to believe what he said, okay?
And then he jumped over a chair. It was mad, so we're going to listen to that guy.
So you go for the subway station. When's the stupid boss fight?
Next. I mean, okay. I mean, which one? They're all pretty stupid.
The first stupid boss fight, where it's the cybernetic triad man flying the.
Okay, let's get to it. So, yeah, it's basically Jack going, okay, mission's gone to shit. Chandra's got the boat. We're exfiltrating. Oh, also the whole city's onto us. So we're gonna fight our way out. We're getting to the docks. Like, you're crossing a bridge and, like, it gets blown up by missiles. And, yeah, he collapses. He's like, Joe, I know you want some action, kid. I don't know if you're ready for this, but please do a...
I believe he gets blown up and then forced into a skip. She goes, Daddy, you all right? And he goes... The first time I would ever thank trash or something stupid.
Yeah, it's like it is a terrible one-liner. It's just like, and also it's like the one dumpster in the entire city in this random back alley.
Yeah, it's the one. Unfortunately, the skip was full of marshmallows and pillows, I guess. Yeah. Not like broken glass and food and stuff.
Like, oh, damn it, I've been shot. I've been blown up. I've fallen off a rooftop. If there's anything that can be said about Jack, he's fucking stubborn at the very least.
I think as well, when he hits the skip, like that was a part of the game where I was like, oh jeez, like I genuinely felt like, is he hit? Because again, this game has a weird thing of there's a lot of stuff that's mo-capped, but because the characters aren't like, again, they're on this weird uncanny valley graphics card box art look. I don't know, like it's almost like kind of the impacts almost hurt a little bit more. Also, and I totally forgot this, and I didn't check to see what the rating was of this game. There are so many blood splatters in it, which Perfect Dark doesn't have, the original.
It's like, if this game was more cartoony, that it would have been as strong, or at least kind of like an understandable comedic moment. But yeah, because it's landed in this middle ground, when Jack falls into a dumpster, you're not sure if it's meant to be funny or like, oh god, should I be concerned?
No, the game has a ton of, like, it happens later on, but like, you do something to one of the villains, and then they come back as like a fucking cartoon character. Whereas in every level up until that point, you were like shooting guys in the head, and they were like horribly falling off of buildings into fucking lumps, essentially. Like, yeah, it is just all over the place.
Like,
which,
yeah,
again, kind of goes with this.
Tonally, there's just no way to fucking go with it. But yeah, then it's like, okay, Joe, I'm going to need you to do an awful defense section for me. Can you do that? Thank you. So yeah, you're going up on the roofs, and this is the level where you get the sniper. And this is an awful video game sniper. This is a terrible weapon.
Let me tell you about the stupidest thing about this game, which I forgot that, like, I have never played another FPS game that did this. And I wonder whether this was like an advertisement for the 360 triggers, which would make no sense because the fucking original Xbox had them as well. But you change the level of zoom on a scope by slightly pressing in the fucking left trigger.
Yeah.
It's so, like, it's impossible to, like, if you just wanted to be 2 times zoomed in, it is impossible to, like, hold that in place because you're either just going from 0 to max, which, like, I used the SMG a lot, or whatever the one of the smaller machine guns was, and that zoom is like 8 times, and yeah, you can barely get a bead on people when you do that. It's so bad.
Yeah, no, it's pressure sensitive zoom in. It's awful. Yeah, no, and it's like a rough first time to use the sniper. It's like, oh fuck, Dad, I would love to save you, but I'm currently zoomed in on this brickwork. Can you just wait a minute, please?
So I don't know whether it was because I brought the weapon with me or whether there was a choice, but they give you the choice. Don't they give you a choice between a sniper and a machine gun?
So it's something that I wasn't sure when to bring up, but I guess now's the time. They have the fucking Counter-Strike radial menu, and the way it works is any weapon that you bring to the end of a level, you can just start the next level with it whenever, yeah. So, I got off easy because, yeah, I didn't use the sniper rifle. I just brought the MP5, which has a much better level of zoom, and in this game, like, you don't need the sniper. It was quicker to kill with just the MP5 with its much, much lesser zoom, and yeah, much easier. I used the sniper rifle once when, this is terrible. Dropped that shit, and then just went back to the thing that worked. That gun carried me through the most of the game, to be honest.
It was funny, if you play it on Agent, like, it turns into Halo ads, and you can just use that starting gun with the scope on it, and it is like, if you can see an enemy, you can hit them in this game. It is the Skyrim mountain of just like, if you just about line it up over a guy's head, you can kill them. Were you constantly getting like little comic book style windows of your dad just eating shit on the bottom floor?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you just get the pop-in window. That's what the picture-in-picture is used for. Every time Jack takes a serious hit, it just cuts to him doing a little stumbling animation and going, "Oh, Joe, what you doing?" It's like,
speaking of grunts in this game, actually, Joanna Darks are a bit fucking, because she doesn't sound like she's being hurt. One of them sounds like she says "fuck," which I was like, what's the rating for this game again? I thought this was like a 15, but okay, fair enough. But the other ones sound like, it doesn't sound like she's getting hit. It sounds like she's ran too hot of a bath and she's putting her toe in to check the temperature.
I do know what you mean. Yeah, you hear her grunt long enough. Yeah, that's the one. That is the one. Like, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sound I make when, like, I've been shot is... And I think it's really badly signposted as well. This could be me being an idiot, but, like, yeah, Jack just died at one point because he's like, Joe, I'm gonna go in here. And I'm like, where? And it just showed me a pop-up of, like, a door opening, and I'm like, okay, but where's Jack? And then it's just, oh, Jack died. And it wasn't until next time I look across the street, and it's like, there is a bizarre 3-story construction project. You just have to follow him through shooting all the guards.
Oh, yeah, no, and it's like an old-fashioned beat-em-up because you'll clear one floor and you'll move up, and then on the floor above where he's about to go, yeah, like 15 guys just like filter in.
Yeah, and then fucking whatever his name is appears in a vertibird just firing at you, and it's like, okay, Joe, do the boss fight. And it's like, what's the boss fight? Shoot one of the engines until it blows up. Okay, this sucks. This takes a million years.
And you get like no, like apart from smoke coming out, you get like no feedback on, is it hitting? Am I doing it right? Occasionally he'll fly to different ends of the docks to drop guys off. I assume that they were doing that for, if you run out of ammo, here you go.
Yeah,
Just
no,
go
okay. Here's the thing though, James. You do this twice in the same level. Like, you do it once on the rooftops and then again at the docks. Like,
So in Agent, you can, like that was an optional thing on the roof. Which
I don't know if it was optional, but it's kind of encouraged. Like, hey, get in there, this guy. Also, you get the first of, like, 5 dialogue options, which is a totally inconsequential mechanic, but at some...
Oh, you say the first of 5? I think that's, like, the only dialogue option I did in the game. Do you want to do insult, cheeky, or
bluff?
Something else? I can't remember what it was, but it was like, it's just the same flavor of fuck off, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's such a stupid choice. Like, hey, do you want to insult him, or maybe insult him?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Dragon Age 2. I didn't know you turned up early.
Oh yeah, this invented the Mass Effect. They were like, shit, we don't know what to do for our next BioWare game, and they played this, and they were like, that's the blueprint. We got it right. Perfect Dark Zero. You were the template.
You did it. I mean, that's what I mean when I say, like, this kind of feel like everything that the next generation was going to be about, but done terribly. It's like, It's all here for not in great quantities or great quality, but it's here.
This is like a really clunky clay model prototype of, like the 360 generation in a weird way.
Everything it was going to be was just codexed here. We just didn't see it coming because no one gave a shit about this game.
Including bad origin stories for games that didn't.
Oh my god, yeah. Origin fucking spin-off culture began here. Well, it didn't. It started earlier, but... Yeah, basically, you regroup with Dad, you fight your way to the docks.
Yes.
And then you don't save Dad.
No, Dad gets arrested.
Yeah, Dad, like... does he give a distraction or something so you can get away or hold the line?
Yeah, he's like, Joanna, get it, I'll slow him down. And it's like, what, by sitting on the floor and having handcuffs put on you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll slow him down. Dad, you've done nothing but slow me down. I've done all the work tonight. I've done everything.
Meanwhile, they do a cool scene of the jet boat going under a dock and then you hopping on the boat. It's like, cool.
So, 4 missions for the first 4 levels, and basically you screw the mission up entirely and you enter the second arc of the game, which is the Rescue Dad arc.
Yeah. Which begins with going to a snowy Japanese castle.
Oh, Christ. So this is where my conniptions with the game started in earnest. This opening stealth segment.
This is, one of the worst levels. Like, of a game of really bad levels, this might be, the opening may be one of the worst. Like, this is, the thing that you said earlier of, like, if you wanted to give somebody an example of how to make a bad FPS game, this level, this beginning part is, like, it hits every single bullet point of, like, how do you fuck up a FPS arena. It is big and confusing to navigate. There are snipers that you immediately can't react to and have super high fucking powered weapons as well. Very small amounts of cover that you can use as well. And because, again, the way that these snipers are laid out is that, hey, you might be able to cover yourself from 2 guys, but there's always that one guy who will still be able to hit you.
Conceptually, I can see it as like, you got this kind of sprawling open area with like 5 paths that lead to the castle. And I took, like, the furthest right, and I was trying to hide, and I got a little ways, but then I was going up a snowbank, and then I heard a scream, and then everyone was shooting at me, and I looked around, and I'm like, who spotted me, where from? And, no answer to that, except for the answer of gunfire. Yeah, then you're trying to break into, like, Zhang Li, or whatever the hell his name is, his house, and he, besides running Datadyne, also runs something called Deathmatch. Which is
which seems to be like it's like that's the biggest sport in the future is it's a VR based like arena.
Is that a diegetic reason for the online multiplayer? I can't remember.
Ooh.
If not, then that is a missed opportunity right there. But yeah, Joanna, like, the whole gimmick is, okay, they've got Zhang Li, or whatever his name is. Is it Zhang Li?
It's Zhang Li, yeah.
Okay, good, I got it. He's got your dad in his secret, evil genius lair underneath his house. Yeah. Pretend to be a deathmatch pro and sneak in. And I'll give the game this. The deathmatch boss fight against his daughter, Mayhem, who is wearing the worst dress ever designed. It's literally like a wraparound cocktail dress, but for some reason seems to have plumber's crack, or maybe I was just seeing that.
Oh yeah, it does have plumber's crack. That is, God. I mean, she is like, that we said earlier that it like, this game has like ugly Radeon graphics card vibes.
Yeah.
Joanna Dark, not too, like, you kind of get used to how Joanna Dark looks. No, Mayhem looks like fake video game. Like, she would be the hot babe fighting game character that would come out of the television to give a nerd advice in like a comedy show kind of thing. She's the fakest looking video game character I've ever seen.
And it's like, you have tried so hard to be sexy that I've now got an innie because it's just fucking backfired.
I've got an innie.
It's that unsexy for trying so hard.
You know what, though? I blame the dad's genetics.
Yeah, you know what? He was not contributing anything. She was fighting an uphill battle, genes-wise, for looks.
Again, just to remind people, this game begins with a sexy 90-second Bond sequence of a hot babe posing with guns. The villain and final boss of this game looks like he'd be like the villain of a Captain Planet episode.
Yeah. He's like a tiny Chinese midget with like no hair and like he looks like a burn victim, and he's got
he's kind of like the leader from the Hulk. He's got like this giant skull, and kind of the back of his head has like exposed brain.
Yeah,
but he has like cybernetic elements on.
Yeah,
yeah.
But yeah, no, you walk in like, oh yeah, Joanna's like in the one scene where she kind of has character, which is funny because she's only playing a character acting like, oh yeah, I'm a hot shit deathmatch player, and then Mayhem takes umbrage with this and is like, all right, if you're so cool, beat me 1-on-1, and is like, all right, and then you do, and it's like the one cool boss fight because it's just like, I don't know, because she's respawning and they're sending like terracotta army guys at you.
Yeah, but yeah, you do defeat her in Mortal Kombat, and she gets frustrated and storms off. Basically, I don't know how she.
Oh no, she has a stroke because losing in this is like, oh, you die, but obviously
you die in the game, you die in real life.
Yeah, but she just like collapses, and while all of them are giving her medical attention, you just sneak off into a lift, which was on the other side of the room.
You just knew that was the right lift to go to, I guess.
That was a good lift, and maybe like, if they'd thought this plan for a bit more, is like, hey, Joe, don't bother with like the whole gamer shtick beyond this point. Just go to the fucking lift. Everyone's looking at the death matching, guys.
And then you take the elevator down into a underground base, which is underneath his mansion, which is where we get a fun reference to the original Perfect Dark. Now, I don't think anyone would remember this from the original Perfect Dark, but basically, in the second level, well, you do the same thing. You go to Datadyne's headquarters, and then you take a secret lift down into their lab. And the beginning of that is the lift comes down, there's a guard there, it opens up, and he salutes, has a look around, doesn't see anyone, and then he gets knocked out by Joanna Dark. Fun fact for you.
Oh.
So in the N64 version, so you know how in Perfect Dark they use like photo references for people's faces and whatever?
Yeah.
I think in the original N64 version, I can't remember who it is, but in the XBLA remake, it's Peter Molyneux.
That's good. That's very
because at the time he was the head of Microsoft Game Studios.
Yep.
So yeah,
he was hot off of Fable.
Yeah, I mean that was why they gave him the role, was because they thought Milo and Kate was going to change the world. So they said, "You're the head of the company now." It's like, why? Thanks, I guess.
I'm going to get sick of this role and I'm going to go start a company and fuck up another thing. Just wait on that.
They recreate that here. You knock the... Oh, well, they do something even stupid. The guard lights up a ciggy and she goes, "Hey, smoking's bad for your health," and then knocks him out, and then stubs the cigarette out with her fork.
It's God, yeah, no, it's so funny where maybe I'm jaded. I don't know how it would have felt back then, but it's like every line in this game just feels so recycled. Everything in this game is like, you're just hitting all the notes. You've got nothing of your own to add.
The cigarette thing always reminds me it reminded me as well of like, I can't remember who made the video about it, but it was Resident Evil 4, where it's obviously the joke of that is that Leon Kennedy is like the ultimate American action hero because he doesn't smoke, he doesn't swear, he doesn't have sex, but he does kill people with like terrifying marksmanship. And it's like that in here, where she's like, "Hey, smoking's gonna kill you," and then she like shoots people and blood sprays out of their heads.
That's the thing. When she said that, because the line is so cliche of, "Hey, smoking's bad for you," it's so stock. You expect someone to put a twist on it, like, "Smoking kills, but I kill quicker," or some stupid shit like that, but no, it's just the line. I'm gonna send you a screenshot, James. I just want...
Yeah, go ahead.
So, when you finally make it to, like, the prison area, did you inspect all of the cells?
I did not. Okay. I saw the one that my dad was in, couldn't figure out why nothing had triggered yet, and then 15 seconds later it said, "Objective complete." And then it kicked in the cutscene.
Yeah, well, I inspected all the cells, and I just want you to look at this skeleton.
It's not even like it's a perfect white skeleton. It's like translucent.
Exactly. It looks like it's made of glass. All of the skeletons in this game. I also just love this skeleton. Like,
oh yeah, that is just ape. It's just like laying down an ape. Like, wow, how did this guy die?
Also, God, this really is backing up the theory that every frame of this game looks fake.
Anyways, you meet your dad.
Yeah, and he's still babbling like mad. And this is where, like, a bit of asset reuse kicks in, because it's like, okay, now do a bit of that level, but in reverse to get your dad out.
Oh yeah, and that's not even the best example of asset.
Oh no, with the best examples incoming, but
yeah,
no, this is the vehicle stage. Turns out.
No, I don't want to say this is the worst vehicle stage that we've done for Bullet Time, because I am still getting war flashbacks to Haze where I didn't have a 6-axis controller, so I couldn't put the fire out. But it's pretty bad.
It's pretty damn close. This is where... So, you go out into a snowy dam, and I'm going, damn, if I was a GoldenEye guy, I'd be real nostalgic right now, because we're in a snowy dam zone. But, you have to go across the most gigantic open area thus far. It's like a massive snowy field. And it's like, "Hey, Joe, walk to the other end of this base, which takes 5 minutes to do. Take a rocket launcher off of this tripod and bring it back to me. Cheers. I'm setting up the hovercraft to escape." Thanks, Dad.
And I knew when I was in trouble when he said, "I'm going to shoot and you're going to drive."
Yep. You're in a lot of trouble. This is there is online co-op, so I feel like
there is.
I feel like this was made for online co-op where you could have a partner who can aim.
Imagine if you do the co-op and you both have to drive the car somehow.
There's like 4 dads and you have to drive all of them.
Yeah, they clone your dad. Yeah. He's in the other jail cell. Chandra's dad's there.
You save 4 dads. It's like, do I get to shoot the turret? No, Joe, you're not ready. You are just perfect Dark Zero.
But yeah, this session fucking blows, because bizarre as well, considering that this was Rare who made Diddy Kong Racing, which had okay hovercraft controls. Obviously, all those people had fucking left, because yeah, this feels really like this has the awkwardness of hovercrafts where it's like you're on a rocky water surface, despite the fact that the water is completely pond still.
Yeah, no, there are no waves. This is calmest water you can ever imagine. You know what's funny? We're several hours in, and from what I know of Perfect Dark, its big selling point was secondary fire modes. None of them are interesting in this game.
So I never figured out how to do secondary fire.
It's right bumper.
Is it?
Yeah.
So I kept pressing right bumper, but she kept throwing the guns out of her hands.
So
I couldn't figure
I mean,
out.
the Falcon kind of does that. Wait, what? Hang on, what?
Oh, fuck. So maybe what had happened was that I had equipped the gun, which if you press right bumper, you throw it. And I just assumed that right bumper's the throw
Yeah,
gun.
one of the guns is the Uzi is like is a grenade.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's really good.
Because there are you press down to put the weapon away, but that's really funny to me. It's like, so you just thought like, oh, they don't have secondary fires. It's just the button to throw my gun away.
It's why I said to you earlier, like, how did you figure out the controls for swapping weapons? Because it took me a good couple of seconds. Like,
that's real. I like that. Like,
that is really funny.
That's the power of assumptions, right there. It's also the power of me having played this game as a kid because. Oh, that must have been hell for you on the jungle level.
Yeah, well, what not being able to use secondary fire?
So, okay, let's get there. We'll get there and we gotta fucking shoot to it. A stupid note, but yeah, you get to a dock, you're escaping, there's a helicopter you're about to nick a VTOL and get out of there. And then, Mayhem turns up with like 4 goons. And for some reason in this cutscene, Joanna's holding the wrong gun, but that's such a stupid note. No, that is totally irrelevant. Jack sacrifices himself for no fucking reason. Yeah, he's just like, he's like, what they want is the data in my head. Hey, Joanna, go to the VTOL. And then he like charges out into the open, guns all of them down, but gets killed by Mayhem. And
who like shoots him in the chest, I think?
No, shoots him in... I don't know, but she kills him, is the point.
Yeah, he's definitely dead, because Joanna goes, Dad!
So, alright. I hate this cutscene because, besides the fact that, you know, the first arc of the game is you and your dad fuck up and he gets captured. Second arc of the game is you go to save him and he gets killed. It's like, oh, what they really want is the data in my head. So you think, okay, so escape. No, instead I'm going to risk that she'll kill me. Instead of getting the data in my head that she wants.
I guess at that point, though, it's that they also know they have to go see Dr. Carol. So I think it's a thing of like, well, I guess even though I'm dead now, the data in my head, you could always go see Dr. Carol and he might... I'm going to make the world's biggest assumption and assume that Dr. Carol might be able to help you.
Joanna does, like, the fucking cruelest shit, which, hey, her dad just got shot, I can forget it. It's just, like... It's another thing that's tonally bizarre about this game, which is... So this is a VTOL with, like, jet engine burners, and she just flies it over Mayhem and just burns the shit
Burns
out of
her face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She two-faces her. It's like... I was like, damn.
I mean, that was the thing. Yeah, like you said, tonally is so weird, because it's like... Yeah, that feels like oddly... like, Jonathan, like, obviously, yeah, she's shooting a million guys, but it's like, arguably, it's self-defense. And
But it's business.
Whatever.
It's like, it's impersonal.
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
It's just, hey... You know, you're in the wrong corp, I've shot you. This is like, yeah.
Unnecessarily cruel.
It's like,
yeah.
She just hits her with the burner, doesn't kill her. It's like, it's so strange how revenge goes, because you think, Dad, sure, if you wanted to get revenge, you'd stick around and get it, not just like, I'm going to give you a really cruel punishment and then get the hell out of there.
Or even, like, if they wanted to do that, maybe, like, she drives the VTOL into her and like bumps her off the building, and they do the camera angle so you see her fall off, but you don't see if she dies or not, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
instead, and then later on, I mean, a bit of spoiler, but yeah, you meet that character again. She's like, it burns every hour of every day, and it's like, fuck, man. Okay, you're in the wrong game right now.
It's really funny though, because you described her as like Two-Face, and you go like, oh, so what? Like she looks like Harvey Dent in the Dark Knight. No, she has a stupid metal arm and a metal part of her face, and she looks like a cartoon character, and it's so shit.
Got rid of the plumber's crack, though, so that's something.
Oh, that's good. Good job, Joanna.
Covered up her plumber's crack.
Another great job, Joanna.
Anyway, on to fucking asset reuse 2. Back to the oil rig. Back to the research facility.
You do the oil rig that you did as a simulation backwards.
Yeah. No.
And then you do it backwards again.
Forwards. No, wait, yeah, sorry, yeah. You do it backwards, then forwards again.
So you do it backwards to how you did it in the simulation, and then you do it as you did it in the simulation forwards.
Yeah, but with guys you have to protect, which you had to do in the original, so it's really no different. So, you don't get the Forza Horizon line in this bit, which I didn't find Carol at first. I was kind of like race carring mentally, and I was like, oh, where's my racing line? But you don't get one. I'm like, oh, this must be because I'm underwater, so Chandra can't get in contact with me. I was trying. That was my mental justification.
Interesting.
Until I did eventually find Carol, the scientist who we've been told to get, so we can get the rest of Ziegler's research all locked in. But then, big twist, Chandra has betrayed us as well.
Chandra basically says, Datadyne paid me more.
That's really all you need to know about our character if you think we're skipping anything out here. It's just she's in the first mission, she drives the boat, and then she turns up here and she goes, Joe, they paid me more money.
She's she's also kind of like in the in the objective, in the mission briefing, she's your girl in the year, basically.
Yeah, she's your girl in the year. If there's any kind of character note which sticks out a bit awkwardly to me, like I'm trying to wrap my head around it, is when you're rescuing Jack, she is incredibly concerned about him, which, hey, maybe because she's secretly working for Datadyne, she doesn't want him to die, so she constantly asks, like, Jack...
Because he has the stuff in his head, yeah.
So maybe that lines up pretty well. Maybe that's meant to be, like, that would be a kind of clever red herring, is her being overly concerned, because actually he is a mission objective.
But then why did she shoot Dr. Carol, who was the only other person who had this info?
She wasn't that informed, I guess.
I guess not. Shang Li was like, kill the girl. And she was just like, well, he didn't say to not kill anyone else.
Who do I need to kill? That's on a need-to-know basis. I killed this guy. Damn it, I needed him alive.
But yeah, Dr. Carol gets fucking moved. But then
he does zap you with the same stuff that made your dad kooky. But it doesn't make Joanna as kooky.
It would be really funny if he did that and she started speaking in the British accent. You're like, there we go.
That would be the dumbest justification, but it'd be good. It goes, oh yes, all this research came from a British explorer in the 1800s, and that fucks our accent up.
Yeah, it was literally Captain Ash and Time Splitters.
Yes. Oh, that would have been good. We're doing more work for this prequel than they did.
I know. And you go, oh no. Carol's dead. Chandra's got a gun and hates you. Fuck, there's nowhere to go. And then, fortunately, plot turns. But fortunately, all the prequel into sequel shit turns up because the Carrington Institute are also there for some reason.
Yeah, they rescue you. You're saved by Jonathan, who is a man with a really annoying voice who basically takes the role of your dad.
Yeah, he becomes your second dad.
He does. It's the same fucking thing. It's like, oh, Joe, are you ready for this? But he, dad had a deep voice. He has a high voice. And it's like, oh, fuck. This is worse.
I do like the fact that Carrington can't say his name properly, so he keeps calling him Jonathan.
The fuck is
with an R?
The fuck is the accent? Jonathan.
Jonathan. God. But yeah, no, this guy's a zero. He looks like a Ken doll, and I imagine Microsoft were like, you need a bloke in this game. And they probably showed him a render, and they were like, yeah, this is going to sell 360s. Good job.
So now you do the tutorial level that you just did in reverse forwards for the second time.
But you have to keep closing blast doors along the way.
You don't have to. Well, I mean, okay.
Well,
yeah. So here's the thing. This is the funny part. So yeah, on secret, basically, yeah. At several points throughout this is like one of the guys will go, "Hey, cover me! I need to blow something up or they're gonna shoot us." If they can't die, yeah, you'll just hit all the secondary objectives. No threat. But if he dies, Jonathan just goes, oh no, he was a good man, and then you can't complete any secondary objectives.
Nope.
And the punishment for that is they spawn enemies behind you, which I think is the punishment for every secondary objective in this game.
I think you're absolutely right.
It's the shittest thing. It's like, hey, you didn't do the secondary objective? We're going to spawn a wave of enemies behind you while you're fighting. Fuck you.
You know how you were saying about how this game, like, eerily predicted all the worst parts of the 360 era? I literally forgot that they give you a bomb detonator, and the way that you set it is you do pipe.
You do
like
pipe dreams. You do pipe dreams.
You do pipe dream like fucking BioShock.
Yep. The fucking hacking minigame is basically an easier version of the Mass Effect hacking game from Mass Effect 1. This game predicted bullshit minigames in AAA, like just, do a simple little fucking pipe dream and do your hacking.
Well, I mean, that's, realistic too, I guess, connecting a wire from a power source to a detonator in real time. I don't fucking...
Who knows?
That's 10,000% what real explosive experts do. Like, you remember in the Hurt Locker where there was just all those scenes of him trying to do pipe dream to us?
I do. I think that was several episodes of that San Francisco hacker show, Hacker Man.
Oh.
But yeah, no, you get on the VTOL, you fight your way up to the platform, you kill the 2 of the 6 jetpack enemies in the game. I'm pretty sure the first 2 as well were in the same location in the tutorial. So you kill 2 of the 4 jetpack men in the game because you already killed these guys virtually.
Yeah.
And then Joanna in the one scene where she kind of has character, but it's just her acting like a brat, where it's like, I want answers. Okay, I'll call my boss, and then she bitches at Carrington. It's like
hologram Carrington. Yeah.
Carrington tries to explain they're doing this to unlock the glyphs, and she's like, she crosses her legs and goes, I don't care. I just want to kill Datadyne. And he's like, okay.
Good news, Joanna. We both want exactly the same thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool,
she just acts like a brat, and she's like, okay, I'll give you a gun and point you in the right direction.
You just want to be a loaded weapon, Joanna. Go ahead. Is this where you go to Peru?
Yeah, this is the jungle level. So yeah, you're going to their research base place in Peru, and you get shot down in the jungle. Hideous jungle level. So much
I was going to
foliage.
say, because the thing we always say on Bullet Time is the fact that the graphical arm race is always how good can we make a jungle environment, and yeah, this is probably one of the worst jungle environments that I've played in a game. And this is even taking into account fucking Jurassic Park Trespass, which was also a game that was rushed and very barren looking, but pulls it off a lot better than this does. There is a effect in this that I thought was like heavy rain, only to realize that what they were trying to do was light caustics through the trees. But it's literally just a still image with a bunch of light lines drawn across it that they just shake back and forth to make it look like you're moving under tree foliage. It is so bad.
And also, God, get up close and personal with these ugly JPEGs of all this foliage, because it's so thick. This is one of the... In a way, it's kind of impressive that it is the thickest brush I think I've ever seen in a jungle stage, but it all looked ugly, and this game is already, over-designed visual vomit at the best of times.
Yep.
Putting it in a jungle does no favors. Oh, and the tight FOV really doesn't help.
Oh yeah, we never really talked about the effort. Yeah, this is I know you've said this before on the pod of how FPS games, they started designing them more around consoles and the 360. And I would say the worst offender of that is just how tight FOVs got, and this is the worst offender of that.
But it's funny.
On a PC game, this would be 30 FOV.
What's funny though, so I feel like this level hedges its bets, ironically, for being in a jungle. You didn't know about the secondary fire modes. In this level, the first weapon that enemies drop is the RCP-90, the P90 equivalent.
Right.
So the secondary fire on that is thermal imaging.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, which makes this level tolerable, but also means hey, we've designed this thick jungle level, we've immediately given you the ability to undercut the gimmick of the thick foliage because we realize how awful this is.
You know what, though? It does speak to the fact that there were probably still film fans at Rare, because that's very Predator.
Yeah, that's a point. Yeah, thermal imaging, yeah, because this is where I've got to admit, I've not seen Predator. The thermal imaging in Predator, does that use a mainly red color profile?
Yeah, they try and do the Not quite rainbowing, but yeah, like red is the main color.
Okay,
of the,
then, yeah, because that's what the RCP-90 goes for, which doesn't make this level a doddle. On standard,
no.
This game has terrible enemy spawning. On top of everything else, this is a game where they are not above, like, you walk into a room, there is an enemy in front of you, there's also an enemy to the side of the door in your blind spot when you enter a room.
Yep.
You can't spot both of them at once. Here, have some damage. Or, like, approach every room like you are a fucking SWAT team sweeping.
Yeah, it does become very, like, Rainbow Six-y.
Yeah, like, slice the pie, and even then that won't always save you. You eventually fight your way to some ancient temple, and this is where my headache really kicked off. Like, playing this game gave me a headache. This level, we brought up the FOV a bit early, but I don't know how this was on Agent. On Secret Agent, this level infuriated me. I was getting
Can we at
shuddering.
least say that it was nice that they did get some Free Radical boys in to do the cutscene before this level?
Yeah, okay, yeah, because they do
With
a
the
comedy
two
bit.
goofy scientists.
They have two goofy scientists doing a bit where they had one line which was like approached being funny, where she's like, you know, at the end it's like, hey guys, we found what we're after, abandon this. And one scientist is like, we're gonna walk away from this research. And the other guy goes, no,
Nope.
we're gonna run away. And it's like,
turn, like, the model turns 180 degrees and then he does the run animation. It's like, that's really good.
yeah.
And even then, like, their faces didn't look like, I don't know. Again, it was like Free Radical was in the room because their faces didn't look awful.
No.
But maybe I was just used to how ugly the game was at this point.
I think a Free Radical guy snuck in and wrote a scene for them and then fucking snuck out.
Yeah, David Doak came in his weekend and just knocked that one out.
It's like, here guys, have some comedy. It doesn't fit with the rest of the game, but players will appreciate that there's a joke. And I guess that softens the blow of the level that's to follow, which is, so, do a timed, cramped puzzle maze downwards to beat a lift. It's horrible. It's so
really
awful.
bad.
Is it still timed on Agent?
Nope.
It's tightly timed on Secret Agent, I'll tell you that. You've got to solve that shit.
Do they show you do they even show you a timer?
No, they'll just call you up and say, Joanna, the thing is halfway down, hurry up.
Oh, it's okay. So it did do that with me, but it was also very kind of like, I know this game. This is an empty threat. I could like sit here for 5 minutes and be absolutely
It ain't
fine.
empty on normal. On normal,
No,
this
I
mission,
suppose it ain't.
on normal, this mission is against the clock. I timed out several times because it's a maze with false turns and like 70
awful.
FOV, and you're in a cramped temple and punji pits.
And it's really dark and really ugly looking as well.
and everything looks the same.
Yep.
And at some point they just introduce there are doors you have to stand in front of for like 2 seconds before they'll open. And it's like, why are you doing this to me? So I race card this level. It's really funny. In the end, I just kind of started mapping the route in my head, and I just put my gun away and sprinted and just did the fucking gun slap on everyone to just knock guns out of their hands and steal them rather than fight. But what's funny is, so you get to a certain point, and he's like, Joe, get your spy cam out and go to the ship. And I do that, and invincibility kicks on as 15 men run into the room and are firing guns at me, but I'm invincible now.
That's really good.
Because the fucking cutscene invincibility kicks in. So then, yeah, you fly the spy cam to the ship. This is the only other time you spy cam in the game, by the way, after it's tutorialized, and you're taught it has an EMP, which you don't even use here.
Was this the bit that you messaged me about and said, I just sliced the pie because this bit fucking sucks?
No, that was the bridge.
Or was this later on?
That was the bridge.
Right.
No, this was like, I actually curb stomped it the second time. The first time I got control back and was shot to death by 15 people who luckily despawned when I loaded checkpoints.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. The second time I just had to kill what's called like the Phantom team, who are just guys with the plasma gun who can turn invisible. What's really funny about this, because of the way the weapon unlocking works, I think they expect you to like kill one guy, get the plasma gun and use it. But because I just killed them all with like my assault rifle, in the cutscene Joanna's examining the plasma gun, but then it was just gone because it doesn't work.
I got so annoyed with that because she was also like, where are you going, Joanna? And she's like, oh, I'm going to turn this against him. And she turns invisible. Like, she's using their technology. It's like, oh, cool. So is in the next level, am I going to have like a stealth section where I'm invisible now?
No, because the game isn't programmed around you having... Like, I just wish this game actually dropped the Counter-Strike radial unlocked guns menu and just gave you mission-specific gear, because really it just means that for like 2/3 of the game, I'm using the same gear, because like, oh, this is the best gun I found and carried to the end of a level. So why am I going to use anything?
I'm just doing the Halo thing of just like, I run out of ammo, so I'll just pick up another gun from the level. It turns out there's a powerful energy source in Africa, so that's where you're off to for the final stretch of the game.
Yep, we are now on mission 12 of 13, where, Joanna stowed aboard their ship. They've now landed in Africa. And oh no, Jonathan's been captured, and for some reason Joanna is really concerned. It's like, oh no, I can't let them kill Jonathan. And I'm just like, no, you can... Look, I let him die several times in gameplay. You can do this, girl. But no, you have to save him.
Also, I'll say this, I don't think I guess we mentioned this right at the beginning, because obviously you played on Xbox One X, and you played it through Rev Replay, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I played it on a Series S through Rev Replay. Which I think the only thing it does is you can play it in 4K if you want. This game isn't 60 FPS. Like, I don't think this game barely holds 30 most of the time. And I feel like a lot of people would moan and be like, oh, are you saying this game looks bad because it's like you're not playing on it? Was this game designed for a CRT? No, again, this game was like designed to look good on flat screens, and it just doesn't look good at all.
No, it's not like, oh, there is a circumstance that we missed. It's just, no, this is just ugly. This is just hideous. Which is summed up nicely because Mayhem comes back. You fight your way through, you blow up some satellites so air support can arrive, and then Mayhem rolls up.
Yeah.
And it's another scene where maybe I'm being too critical. It could have been rewrites. It could have been this game getting scrapped and redone over and over again. But like, she's like, you burned me and now every second hurts. And Joanna drops the shittest line of, well, now your looks match your personality.
Yeah.
Which is like, you guys have met twice. You don't have banter. You don't have...
No,
you don't have rapport.
This is not your Blofeld. This is somebody's stupid daughter that you have, you've destroyed her face. Like, that's the only thing
there was a trade here. She destroyed your dad, you destroyed her face. Call it even Stevens.
An eye for an eye, as they say.
But then she responds with another line, which is like, this... Every part of this game is insisting on what it is, and she says, Joanna Dark... Always with a witty retort. Really? Is that the impression you've gotten of Joanna Dark so far?
She's met it twice, and I guess this... I don't know. She didn't really witty retort to her when they played Battle Babes or whatever, Danger Room or whatever the fuck.
Was it a witty retort when she flew a VTOL over her and said burn?
And burnt her face and arm? Yeah, that's the thing. Why's she got a metal arm now? Like, her arm seemed fine.
Just fuck it.
And also the VTOL only hit half her face, which I find hard to believe is I don't know.
Joanna's so good at burning people with VTOLs.
Yes. She's like, I'm gonna touch half your body. Yeah, again, I'm gonna make you Two-Face from Batman. But yeah, you have an awful boss fight where she's in she really loves hovercrafts. What's
really funny about this, it's just hilarious to me. So 2 things. One, I watched a video review which was defending the game, where the guy was like, this boss fight isn't very good because you get the plasma weapon last level and that destroys this thing in 5 hits. So I didn't get that, but man, undercutting it more. But what was funny was I had the Super Dragon at this point, which is just a G36 with a grenade launcher for your future. Right. It's the top tier assault rifle. Hit it with a grenade, killed the driver, and then it's just stopped dead. Mayhem goes, damn, and I just headshot her and she died instantly.
So I had the same thing of, I was doing, because I assumed that, I got to reuse my knowledge from previous levels, and I thought that I'd have to shoot the engines out to stop it. That wasn't doing anything, so I said, I wonder if I can shot the driver. It stopped immediately. She went down, and then just shot her, and the bomb leveled up.
It's so sweet. There's something so. Again, if this was a comedy game, there's such hilarious anticlimax to talking up this big game and then just dying to one easy headshot.
They should have done that in, in Time Splitters Future Perfect, where you fight the tank in the Scotland the Brave.
Yeah.
That's how you should have beat the boss. Is that the tank commander sticks his head up and you just one tap him like that.
And then Cortez
and the girl on the phone ring.
Cortez could do a one-liner after that.
Yeah, the girl on the phone rings you up and just goes, "Oh, I didn't know it'd be that easy."
Yeah.
Is that how that level ends then? Because
Yeah,
then
no, that is how the level ends. Like, you just kind of like, well, all right, let's steal these hovercraft and let's take off after Zhang Li, because he is off to trigger the Graal, which is what all of this has been leading to. This ancient alien tech, which no one wants him to have, because he'll be bad with it. He'll be mean.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
That's really is. Like, I mean, he is the bad guy. He looks evil, but it's like, what's the Graal? What does it do? Doesn't matter. We don't want him to have it, so let's stop this. And he killed. And as I
said, you end up at Tutankhamun's parking lot because it is just a giant open maze area where you have a bunch of guys standing on like old-fashioned statues and whatever, taking pot shots at you. It is boring as fuck.
So. Yeah, you after wandering up and down this base yelling at Jonathan, you eventually just go up the road to the right, and that leads to the next part of the level in no time flat.
Is that when you go to, like, there's a secret base that Carrington and, like, all the other boys are in, and it's on the other side of the bridge?
Yep, this is where we get to the bridge, which, so, I don't know if I've justified it properly, but yeah, you get here, and Carrington is there in person. He's like, Joe, they're over there, and you're gonna have to go on alone. Jonathan has to stay here. And he's like, yeah, Joe, you're gonna have to go on without me. And I'm like, what the fuck ever?
Good.
Yeah, like, why are we all acting like I'm not babysitting you guys? This is, like, the thing that pissed me off the most is the game insisting over and over again, like, that she's a rookie while she does all of the work.
Yeah, and like he even says that, so like I think it's in the point where Carol gets shot and then they turned up to save the day that he goes, I know you're a crack shot. It's like, yeah, I would have if you've seen me in the previous levels, yeah, you would have fucking known that.
Did you not notice the trail of bodies that you walked over to get to me?
Did you notice that you're all wearing body armor, meanwhile I'm dressed up like stupid Alex Vance?
I could be out clubbing right now, and it would be the same level of danger.
Yeah. Maybe more dangerous, because I wouldn't be able to find the fire alarm button. But yeah, no, they tell you gotta... The Colosseum is on the other side of the bridge, and the Colosseum, I guess, is where the
Graal,
chakra, or
the whatever.
That's where Dave Grohl.
Yeah, that's where Dave Grohl is, and he's gonna give Zhang Li the secret to immortality or whatever. But no,
excellent.
It's the big set piece, and it's so funny. Is like you gotta go on alone. Jonathan has to stay here, but then you go on the bridge, and there are Carrington agents fighting alongside you. It's like Jonathan's tired. Yeah. He's hit 5 o'clock. I don't want to pay him time and a half, so he can go now.
And this was like the point of the game that I realized like how low stakes this is. Like in Halo 2, when you're like pushing along a bridge, like usually there's like scorpions and wraiths and like, and you'll have like multiple, Marines with you, and that's where the music swells. Whereas this is just kind of like it's a skirmish between 5 people and 5 other people. Like, just in the middle of Africa, and it's like, this is so
lame.
Deflating.
I mean, it's funny as well, because, yeah, there's not much music to it. Like, the earlier sections where you're fighting through the subway and there's, like, guitars wailing, or even that maze level I hate, that has great music. Like, it's really thumping and energetic. This has no energy, no cell to it. You're just fighting over a dusty bridge in bumfuck Africa. Who cares? It's like... I don't know what's going on here. I don't care about any of you people. I just want to kill the guy who's the dad of the person who killed my dad.
Yeah, that's how you get revenge. Eye for an eye. You kill my dad, I'm gonna kill yours.
I'm just here mopping up loose ends, like.
Yeah. I don't even want to save the world. I just want to kill your dad.
Perfect.
And again,
Dark
that's why
Zero
it feels
dads.
like so small scale because all right, so you get over the bridge and then you fight more Joanna Darks, which was the bit
Oh,
where
God.
you said that's where you were slicing the pie, basically. Right?
No, yeah. So let me explain my experience of the bridge on Secret Agent. So there are like this is a wave fighter on Secret Agent. Like this is why I was wondering if it had Call of Duty spawning at points because
Yeah.
basically you get every third of the bridge it spawns like 30 guys and you just gotta kill 30 guys and then go on. What was funny is I was still using the RCP-90 with the thermal vision. I just use that for the rest of the game because it's just such a good gun. But I had it on as I walked to the bridge and I just saw like a wave spawn and then run at me as I hit a flag and I'm like, oh fuck this. This is stupid.
Yeah.
So I fight to the end of the bridge, it takes like 10 minutes. I get to the Joanna Dark room. Plasma guns are one-hit kills on that difficulty, so I just die. Because there's like 6 of them all covering one entrance to a room.
Yeah.
So I restart, I do it again. I'm a bit more careful. I die again. I think this is stupid, this bridge is taking too long. I find out there's a secret route that leads under the bridge, and I'm like, I'm stupid. I'm not meant to be fighting. I'm meant to be a bit more clever. So I'll go under the bridge, and that will lead me to the Joanna Darks faster. No faff. All of the men spawn on the bridge, turn around, and shoot me in the back.
Fuck.
I was so pissed off by that. I was like, I thought I was being clever. The game punished me for using its alternate route because no, instead of fighting linearly and killing all these men, they still spawned and knew where I was, and now I was in an area with no cover and no backup. So
I just realized that like agent mode is like, you know how like there's a lot of like arseholes who are like, oh, game journalist difficulty, blah blah blah. This is agent mode is game preview difficulty because like there's bits of the bridge where I'm like actually using the cover mechanic and I'm popping out and it's like, yeah, from certain angles I can sort of see the epic aspects of this and like maybe if you were a Victorian dowager and you'd never seen a video game before, I could see maybe why you gave this a 9 out of 10, but like, yeah, just hearing you describe like trying to play this on harder difficulties,
it's not fun.
Like,
I mean, like, we described
No.
way at the beginning how unfun the controls are, how unconducive they are to a thrilling gunfight. Every control of this game feels like wading through mud. And I mentioned it way back at the start of this, but I've been playing another game lately, Colosseum Road to Freedom. That is a game that has very clunky combat controls. But the thing about that game is they're very deliberate. You still actually have a lot of control, you just have to figure out how to manipulate it. It's a very hard line to thing, but it works in this way where because you're a slave who's just been thrown into gladiatorial combat, when you first start playing, you feel very out of your depth. None of the controls make sense. You feel very stodgy, and you have to learn how to like land hits and things. It inspires a trepidation that's very interesting. And now I've been playing it for like 15 hours on this playthrough, and I'm quite good at it. All of those controls feel so locked in. It's like, oh, I do a turn stab to get a guy approaching me. I hit dodge to dodge that guy. Spin around the back of a guy, hit him in the back. I don't know, at some point the controls click in this way where this obtuseness starts feeling like I actually have a oneness with my character. This doesn't have that. This just feels like it's the Silent Hill argument of, oh, the combat isn't meant to be good because if the combat was good, the danger wouldn't feel so thing. But this is an action game. The combat should have some oomph to it, should have some feeling of oneness. And like, the reason I got this enemy is because I've become one with the controls. I understood it. I put the shot down the line. You will never get that with this unless you fucking are used to tying weights to your thumbs in every other game.
The fact that it's like a sequel to Perfect Dark as well, it's just that it's the thing that I said earlier where it's like you could see how Perfect Dark would slot in with other FPS games of like, yeah, Doom's like the faster and more aggressive one, and you know, Call of Duty's more about the spectacle and Halo's more about the open world. Like, yeah, if for this one you wanted it to be a bit more like a Rainbow Six or whatever, where yeah, every shot could kill, you would make more options to be like, yeah, it's sneaking past enemies, or like, you know, giving you the choice of using a sniper rather than a pistol, or like even like, if they wanted to go full in sim, you could even like try and schmooze people to like get past all of this stuff. But like,
or even just in this case, use the underside of the bridge. But they punish you
exactly.
for
like,
it.
do something clever with that. Like, it's a platforming challenge now. Like, there's parts of the bridge that are, that are dangerous to navigate over. But then that's the challenge of not interacting with it. Yeah, exactly. Like, this just feels like they try to make Halo 2, but they made it like, again, like nobody knew how to make a proper FPS game. So they made the game in agent mode, realized it was too easy, and then just made everything above that just overly difficult to try and compensate. Like, yeah, no, it is really rubbish, which also does kind of nicely tie into, that this is like a real fucking bullet time dinger of the era, because it does something that I don't think we've played any. Oh no, funnily enough, Time Splitters 3 ends like this, which is we don't really play a lot of FPS games that end in a boss fight.
No. Oh, I will say though, yeah, as for slicing the pie, the way I defeated the building full of insta-kill Joanna Darks with the plasma gun, I walked in, shot one, immediately backtracked to a bit of cover on the bridge, and then over the course of 10-15 minutes, killed all of them single file, because the AI in this game is also bad.
The AI is awful.
Yeah, over the course of several minutes, they filtered out and I shot them dead one by one, so can't ambush me. I just exploit how terrible your AI is. And yeah, then we go on to, the final boss, which...
So, from what I understood, the Dave Grohl energy, they had talked about all the way through the game, and I assumed it was like, oh, it's an alien energy source that could be used as a weapon, or like to power super weapons. Not in my wildest dreams would I imagine basically the ultimate weapon of this game is something that could make an old man buff.
That's really it, yeah. It just turned him into, like, an Adonis.
Yeah, it turned him into, like, a pink meat man.
Yeah.
Basically. Like, and what his special abilities does he have? He can jump like the Hulk, and he can shoot energy beams.
I think what's really funny, though, in the cutscene before this, like, Joanna Dark sneaks up on him as he transforms into, like, fucking Chad mode, and then like Chandra walks up and says, "Hey, cool, I got you your energy source. Can I get my money now?"
Yeah, and he's like, "Actually, I'm a god now, so I'm not gonna pay you. In fact, I'm gonna use you as another sacrifice."
Yeah, like, hey, I'm gonna suck your life force. That's the last thing you gotta do for me.
Yeah, it is really funny. It's just like, actually, no, now that I'm completely like, Chandra just never got the feeling of just like, well, now this guy is juiced up, like, he's still good for the money, right?
Like, she was a really poor judge of character, really, all along.
She yeah, out of the team of you and Jack, she really was the dumb. That's why she stayed behind on missions.
Yeah, like, Jack was just like, look, I may also be a terrible judge of character and an idiot, but even I know, like, she's dumb as a doornail. I'm not bringing her anywhere near the front lines. In co-op,
don't let her handle a gun. She can only hit, like, static targets.
She can hit static on a TV.
But I just like the idea that it's like, I've ascended to godhood. What does that mean? I can do Hulk jumps and shoot energy out my hands. And it's like,
this is not going to help you in the business world.
No, like, and I know that, like, Jesus could turn water into wine and bread and fishes, and cure leprosy, but like, I feel like somebody I feel like if you went against somebody with like an AR-15, they would probably win.
They would fucking roll you. I mean, that's kind of what happens. Turns out godhood is nothing before a well-stocked arsenal.
It's nothing before a well-stocked, badass female whose dad's dead.
And you're a dad who's about to be dead.
He dead. Yeah, doesn't he say something like at the end where like you do enough hits on him and then they hit you with a cutscene and he's just like, no, I was meant to be a god.
No,
and then she's
okay,
just
this is the second thing that got like a fucking laugh out of me. Because, yeah, he winds up like the villain speech and it's the funniest thing because you're expecting like, no, I need this power, I can change the world, but like, please, I just want it to live forever.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like, he doesn't, it's not even a justification, it's like, I don't know how to describe what's so stupid about this cutscene. It's just like, you know when the villain winds up the please don't kill me, like, I had reasons, but his reason, please don't kill me, I wanted to live forever. Which makes sense, but it's also so stupid an argument to make.
And I guess it's like, because he's not going to say, I want to take over the world, because I guess Datadyne is already, like, the biggest company on Earth. Like, in regards to, like, you know, world domination, yeah, he already had that. So I guess at this point, it's like, I don't want to die. I still want to be this. I want to be the CEO forever, I guess.
Like, look, you're not selling me, pal. It's like, the line he gives is like, I don't know. This is such a funny sales pitch to me. It's like, I put in all this effort to live forever. Like, he's going to convince Joanna, damn, it would be a waste if I killed you now, wouldn't it? Shit.
Yeah. It's like, shit, you know, fair point.
Fair play.
You know what? As long as you don't kill me, I'll let you kill.
You know, as long as you don't kill my dad again.
Which, I mean, hey, there's not going to be much chance of that. So. During this boss fight as well, you were in, like, the floating rubble zone. And they linger on that shot for so long, I was just kind of like, oh, is she stuck there?
Like, oh, shit. Air's getting thin up here.
Yeah, shit. It's like, I don't even know where I am. But then, no, it does flash away, and then all the Carrington Institute guys are freaking out because just rubble is rumbling about. But then it doesn't matter because Joanna turns back up. It's just herself off. And she goes, how did I do, Carrington? And he goes, perfect, Joanna. It's like, that's how they got the line in there.
Amazing. It wasn't all for nothing.
Does it run credit? I might have. Oh yeah, no. And then it gives you the end screen, like mission accomplished, and then it gives you an option to run credits. And for some reason, the credits was in, like, you know how you were saying that the menu was in a 4:3
and very grainy.
Yeah, for some reason the credits is like
it's an FMV.
Like
it's like what?
Yeah, it's like a Sega CD FMV.
They ran out of space for the credits, which had to.
I mean, maybe they did.
They had to compress the fuck out of it to get it on the disc.
It just has a dreadful track at the end of it as well. How many achievements did you get?
I didn't count those at all. I got two. I got two at the end.
Okay. So I only got one.
So I guess that just counts each difficulty upwards.
Knowing the Xbox 360, it probably gave you one for Agent and one for Secret Agent.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's kind of just ends with, like, yeah, Joanna gives him a salute, and I guess, like, okay, that's how she got the job. But then from what I understand in Perfect Dark, she has no field experience, she's just very well trained, so kind of contradicts everything both ways.
No, it's, like I said, as he said, it's just a very thin gruel. And, I mean, you can't even play the multiplayer for this anymore because the servers are down, but I do want to mention a detail, which is the fact that it wasn't a selling point, but a big thing for this game was that initially they had the ambitious plan that it was going to be 50-person multiplayer.
Yeah.
But they said, that's a bit too much, and they pared it down to 32-person multiplayer. I cannot imagine this game being fun with 32 people in it.
It was novel. It was novel for the time. On some of the,
I mean, I guess, like, I can imagine that with Battlefield. Like, that's the thing. I can see 32 or 64 people in Battlefield because it's like you have different roles and you can split up and do different objectives. If this is just 32-player deathmatch with these shitty controls, like,
even worse. It had a Counter-Strike-esque mode where if you died, you had to wait until your entire team was wiped out to respawn.
Ugh,
yeah, with these controls. No, I mean, me and a friend did play online on this quite a bit, which is like, it's funny, you'd think that would soften the blow, but no, whatever positive memories I have, I mean, I still have the fondness of like,
sure.
Oh, we were playing together, that's fun, but no, I am just left with the, man, even like being 12, 13 years old, I can't understand how I was dealing with these controls. What was I missing here? I'd played fucking good FPSs before this point.
Like, this came out the same year as fucking Future Perfect, and it is like, it's like two ends of the spectrum of like, look how much we were able to achieve on the PS2 versus look how little we can achieve on the 360. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't want to say it's like all the talent went to FRD, but there is a feeling of just that
all of their FPS talent feels like it went that way. Like, all
But
the
I
people
can-
who
I
knew
can-
how to kind of get some juice out of the GoldenEye lineage. I don't know, because this feels so alien, ironically, with no aliens to fucking what they
Yeah.
were doing before. Like, even the core control scheme is gone. It's all like these modernized experiments, but none of them are like going anywhere or paying off or kind of result in an interesting gameplay scenario.
No, like I think it's something that I said maybe when I had like when I initially came up with Bullet Time, where it was like wanting to look at games that felt like they were heavily inspired by the success of another one. And this definitely feels like if they had just made a sequel, if they had made like a mechanical sequel to Perfect Dark where it's all about close quarters and spy stuff, would have been better than this, where this felt like Halo 2 was the biggest game on the planet, and they said, oh, we can do that. But in a way that like Free Radical Design said, oh, we can do that, and like had, you know, gravity gun mechanics like Half-Life and like character animation and, you know, vehicle sections that were all really solid. Whereas with this team, it felt like, oh, we can be overly ambitious and try this stuff, and just no one had any idea, like just making the base stuff good. Because yeah, as you said, like I think even if this game had all the time in the world to be polished, the level design is just really bad.
And the art design is terrible as well. And like, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you would have given another pass to story, because yeah, story feeling like a first draft. It feels like a perfunctory spy thriller, but it doesn't know what notes it needs to hit.
Yeah, I am just shocked. And okay, so let's now flip to the other side of this, which is this has an 81 on Metacritic. 90 from GameSpot. This awesome high-tech first-person shooter champions the Xbox 360 with its excellent assortment of single and multiplayer game types, as well as its incredible good looks and dynamic, intense action.
Frankly, nothing about that was true. What?
No,
What?
maybe the multiplayer stuff, just because I can't.
Okay, there
really
is a
speak to it,
suite.
but-
There is a lot of stuff. Yeah, it did, but like a warehouse has a lot of stuff in it. It could be filled with radioactive waste, but it's still a lot of stuff.
But like, again, we played this on the like. If anything, we played this in the best way possible of playing it on the modern Xboxes emulated. That doesn't make like. If anything, the game should look better, but it is just so like it's intensely ugly and not. And again, I know I've said this so often through the episode, but just going back to the fact of they had gone in with wanting to do a completely new art style for it and then couldn't commit. And that's what this game is. It's just like completely uncommittal to anything. And as a result, it just ends up appealing to absolutely no one. They end up with this ugly art style because they didn't want to do anime and they wanted to do realism. The gameplay is shit because they weren't sure whether they wanted to do Perfect Dark or Halo 2. And the plot is shit because it's like always a prequel, so like everything has to be standing places for what happens next, but we need to have like some kind of friction to, you know, project this along. And yeah, I am like of all the stuff I played of like at least with Haze I knew what I was going in for. This like I am genuinely shocked by how bad it
You got
was.
ambushed. It is a weird relic of like, yeah, I do think, you know, in terms of it getting really good critic review scores, it was a mix of next-gen hype, and then it was kind of spared critical reevaluation because good stuff came out so quick that it just kind of got overwritten quickly, and no one really cared to go back. It fell through the cracks of history positively, but fans didn't like it, which is funny.
But the reason that fans don't particularly like it isn't because of the game. It's because they don't like it because it's a prequel.
That's interesting. I mean, it is a bad
Yeah,
prequel.
I had a look at a
I can
couple of
say that having
forums.
not played the original that this is a bad prequel.
No, I had a look at some of the forum stuff, and like a lot of what people were saying was just kind of like, I don't like how this changes Joanna's character. I don't like how it adds like it makes Data dying this giant threat early on, whereas like, you know, in the N64 one you can tell they have history. But the fact that she fights a god at the end just makes like everything that happens in Perfect Dark feel like really simple as a result. And like I think a lot of people don't particularly like her character, like the fact that she's like a bratty kid, but it's like, I mean, that's the only thing in this that I wouldn't really complain about, because yeah, she's like, what, 18 or whatever, and this is her first mission, so whatever with that, the few times that it does come up. But no, like a lot of people just don't like Perfect Dark Zero because of that, and also I guess they don't like it because it's more of a straightforward action game it hasn't got any of the kind of like, the GoldenEye elements.
I mean, that is the
N64
bigger loss,
game
I'd
had.
imagine. Yeah, is like not just the character of Joanna Dark, but the characteristics of the game at large.
Of Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's really, really like it is shockingly dreadful, this game. And like the fact that there are reappraisals, like
There's reappraisals.
like
for
I would
everything.
say I'm like the biggest defender of Xbox era Rare. Being like, no, what there was stuff that they made for this console which is solid, but like
There's two tables at the lunch hall. There's the nuts and bolts defenders, and there's the Perfect Dark Zero defenders. Like, these tables are not joining together. We are not scooting these together.
You're not invited. If you defend that, you're not invited to the table. Like I would love to sit with somebody in. Well, if I sat with them and I said I really enjoyed the multiplayer when I was a kid, hands up. I literally cannot speak to that. Fair enough. But if they were like, no, like this is one of the more interesting FPS like campaigns of the year 2005, I'd be like, have you ever played a video game before? Like we've covered so many 2005 games on this pod, from like, yeah, again, Future Perfect. Well, I mean, Black's the year was February afterwards, so but still pretty near to when this came out. A Right Response came out in 2005. Like, there's just so many interesting little shooters that just came out during this time from big and small studios. And this is just like, this is not reflexive of the quality of that development studio. They thought they were big time. They reckoned that they could rush this thing out. They moved, like, if they had put out an Xbox version of this, it probably would have been a better game. Not that I have any idea what it could have looked like. If it was the same level design, though, like, probably not. It probably would have just been as crap, but then it wouldn't have had the selling point of, ambient occlusion sometimes, really ugly character models all the time, kind of thing, you know?
This came out, in 2004 on the Xbox. It would have just been like, what the hell is this? No one wanted this.
I will say, though, 50 from Computer Games Magazine that says the only thing separating this game from, say, another dystopian gadget-heavy sci-fi shooter like Project Snowblind is the marketing budget.
Damn.
Which is true, but they still gave it 5 out of 10.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty damning, but that's grading on a curve, I guess.
No, that's true. Like, I would give this game like a 3 or a 4. Like, 5 to me is like...
Yeah, not one for numbers, but yeah, 2 or 3 seems like where it belongs.
Yeah, like, I can't even say that, or at least it runs, because it's really buggy.
This is like when you want to point out the thing between entertainingly bad and just bad. This is on the bad spectrum.
Yeah, I didn't want to, like, mention this because of, like, I don't know who on Twitter listens to this or whatever, but I did think it was interesting that you put out a tweet that said, I did not enjoy this game. And somebody who I'm sure is a lovely guy did message like, oh, does that mean it's as bad as Brigade E5 or like...
Oh, I did follow up with him because, yeah, that guy is a regular viewer. Yeah. I did think like those, not all of those are bad. I don't know.
No, like you said, like those aren't bad games.
It's the tricky thing with like bad, where like, this is getting into weird territory with me being an internet jank man, but a lot of those games that are bad by a conventional standard I still find interesting and thus wouldn't categorize as bad, but then there is still entertainingly bad. Language is fucking hard for this spectrum. We're not geared to talk about things in this way.
But I think that's an interesting thing with Bullet Time is that for every, like, Jurassic Park Trespasser, which is a bad game, but it's also a lot of, like, that has a lot of interesting
It also
juice
kind
to
of
it
works in and of itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All of its elements cohere into something that it's mechanically consistent, tonally consistent. It knows what it is and it's trying to approach it. It didn't make it there, but even the half-reached effort works for what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, big question of the episode though, like, because I know you said you gave your answer earlier in the week, but I don't know if it's changed since doing the episode, but this versus Haze.
I would sooner replay Haze.
Is that purely just because you haven't...
it could be time, but I do think Haze... Here's the thing. Haze, moment to moment, doesn't feel awful. It is awful.
No.
But moment to moment, just the sheer interactivity, whereas this, there is not a second of this game that doesn't feel deeply unpleasant. Even like every moment of lining up a shot on an enemy is a struggle against the mechanics themselves. Everything in this game feels like it's working against my ability to enjoy it.
And like Hayes, when we did that episode, I think just the upsetting aspect of it was just the fact that it was the last. Because of how bad it was the last game they made. Like it was a game, like it was such a cursed object that any potential work they could have got after that had like dried up. They had kept like changing the formula of this game to try and appeal to the Halo audience and whatever. Whereas with this, like, this is a fucking dud. But like, Rare didn't like. I mean, Rare took their licks in regards to like, oh fuck, like, do we still have it? Let's try and go back to the lab a little bit. And they got the opportunity to make Viva Pinata and Nuts and Bolts and Sea of Thieves and stuff. All fabulous. Like, again, Sea of Thieves is like one of the most successful things they've ever made. And like, genuinely, I would say, although like Nuts and Bolts is my favorite thing they've made, I look at Sea of Thieves and I am just impressed by what they have pulled off. Like, that feels like a studio that has been around for nearly 50 years. That is the end point of what you get.
I will say as well, damn, what an age. They flubbed and they got to make another few games.
Yeah, exactly. They flubbed in 2005, and because Microsoft were like... I honestly would love to sit down with a Microsoft person and say, why did you stick with Rare? In an era where you closed down Ensemble Studios because Halo Wars didn't do the numbers you wanted, where you closed down like FASA and the original developers of Flight Sim and stuff like that, why Rare? Of all of these different developers, why did you stick? Because, like, God bless that you did. Like, even when Nuts and Bolts wasn't a sales success or whatever, you let them do Sea of Thieves. You let them do the Avatar stuff, and then you let them do Sea of Thieves, which, like, again, fucking congrats to that. But yeah, what was it with, like, well, I mean, I can say one thing, which is that despite the fact that we thought that Perfect Dark Zero was fucking awful, again, critically did pretty well, 81%, did pretty well. And also Soda Mill, which doesn't sound that impressive, like, compared to modern games, but the thing that I forgot to mention earlier on was the fact that it was only really, like, up until the end, the core team that built it was only 25 people.
So a mill's pretty good by those margins.
What they basically said was that because the development cost was so fucking low, any money it made was a success.
Well, you can't argue with that.
Yeah, you genuinely got... It's the old Platinum thing of they come in under budget. And maybe that's the magic with Rare, is that everything they... Because it's only UK game developer prices. Yeah, we can do cheap. We work on the cheap for all of this sort of stuff. It's like, fucking hell, you know?
We can afford a knock or two, literally. And hey, it turns out this isn't a knock. Like, this thing, yeah, critical and commercial, done well.
Yeah. And I don't think I'm going to dig into that. Like, I put in my media thread that Greg Casavin from GameSpot gave it a 9 out of 10.
I did like that tweet. That was a very nice, succinct summation.
Well, he gave it a 9 out of 10. I give it a 9 out of 100.
Yeah.
But like, again, like, you could dig into it and say, well, was it the next gen hype? Was it what they were experiencing at the time? Because again, if you played every FPS game that came out in 2005, I don't know how you can come away and say that Perfect Dark Zero was the best of them.
No.
Not by a fucking country mile. And even if you wanted to be impressed by the HD era, you can't be with this game because it looks like shit, it runs like shit, and it barely ran well on my Series S. I cannot imagine trying to play this on the 360, which was already a bug machine to begin with.
I remember a lot of slowdown. Here and there, especially around explosions.
Well, to be honest, I had a lot of slowdown with the explosions in this as well. So, it's just, like, Hayes was a cursed object, but this is just a turd. Like, pure and simple. It is. It's just maybe not the worst thing we've... Well, actually, I'd say this might be the worst thing we've played for Bullets.
I would say this is the worst thing I've been made to play.
This is definitely the worst thing you've played for Bullets.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing I've liked the least of it. I mean, not that I don't believe in like objective barometers on these things, but by whatever objective metrics you could like make up in your head, I don't know. This probably isn't the worst, but to me, something about it just really got in my craw. Something about the entire construction of it was just anti-me at this point. I don't.
And it goes to the point of like, because I think people would look at you and say, well, you're the jank man, and you didn't find anything like redeeming in this. And it's like, yeah, but there's jank and then there's just bad game design.
Like, not like jank is interesting when it's like ambition that kind of flops, but still leads somewhere interesting or fun to think about, or the mechanic kind of contributes even in some half-baked way. This is like a collection of terrible ideas that aren't cohering, but are somehow also somehow feel like the only interesting thing about this as a relic is it all feels ahead of its time in the dumbest ways, which like, hey, you got a little dialogue thing, hey, you got the pipe dream mini game, hey, you got this is like a reverse dad game even. It's like a it's like it's a dad game before the dad game thing took off, but it's just like, oh, but your dad is a total fuck up, and just like I'm not saying this is like in any way a lead to Joel or whatever, like some weird vine on some weird like branch on the tree, but I don't know. This game is like prescient by accident.
Which is bizarre considering that like I try to look at any kind of developer interviews after this, and like nothing would like there's no inspiration. Like nobody looked at this game and said, I want to make the next Perfect Dark, like in the way that like Halo 2 and Modern Warfare created that. Like again, the best thing that happened to this game is that it was completely forgotten the moment that people played Call of Duty 2.
This thing was spared by something else in the lineup could tide people over until Halo 3 came out.
Which is why I'm so shocked that, and again, I think that's the thing that makes it different between like, ambitious, because this was also heavily ambitious, but like just the fucking massive cock that Microsoft had on of advertising this game and being like, we're going to call our console launch day 0 after this. Like, that's how important this game is to us. And then it came out and it wasn't like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I made a shit game. It's just like, all right, on to the next one. All right, what's the, hey, Gears of War, that's out in a couple of months. Forza Motorsport 2, that's out. Halo 3, I bet you're looking forward to that. You get, like, fuck it. Like, this is just a blip in history. To the extent of the only people who talk about it now are just kind of like those history hunters who are like, was Perfect Dark Zero good? And because they don't play a lot of first-person shooters, they go, well, you shoot and people react, so I guess that must be good.
I need to title this video somehow. I need a drive. What if this game that popularly isn't remembered as good actually is? Let's work backwards to... Man, I'm
exactly.
Really
I already have the title in my head, and I'm going to figure out a way to hit this thing.
I'm not going to name it, but there was one video which was just... It was just like, is this game better than you remember? And it was like... It was just a level-by-level summary, and even then it felt like the guy was digging. It was like, yeah, this boss fight doesn't really work. Anyway, moving on. It's like... Hang on, bud.
I mean, I'll call them out on the pod, but I'm a big fan of My Life in Gaming, despite the fact that they make videos about like how to get the best image out of your SNES, and it's like I don't even own one of those, but I'll watch like an hour video on this. Go ahead, But one of them was doing a series for a while, which was called like Rare After Nintendo or like Rare on Microsoft, and he had got to this game and he was just like, it's actually not too bad. But like you look at his history and he's like, he doesn't play FPS games, so it's. Like, I think even if you didn't play a lot of it, I'm not saying this is the FPS game.
Games you played this should put you off the concept.
This would put you off. Yeah, exactly.
This should like be like, oh, did they? This got a 9 out of 10 and they play like this? Oh, what?
No, like that's the thing that maybe I'm hung up on with the GameSpot thing. It's just like, if you came away with giving this a 9 out of 10, like that would make me like question your taste in games.
Like, Half-Life came out in 1998 and it controls better than this, has better reactions than this, has better AI than this, has better fucking level design than this, has better everything than this. And I realize not all judgments are linear and not everyone's played Half-Life, but better shit existed 7 years before this. And on the console front, better shit existed, at least 7 years before this still. Yeah. You put it out.
I wonder, it is just that weird relic of this being the 360 hype, which don't want to say put us on the path of where we are today, but God, that 360 era is like such a mess in hindsight. Which, hey, is why we do the podcast, because we love covering games from 2005 to 2013 and beyond.
This is the fracture point of culture and history. Gaming enters the mainstream and no one knows what the fuck to do with it.
The FPS becomes the FPS becomes the most popular game genre, and people go, how do we shove everything through the FPS pipe to try and make the most important game in the world? And Rare had this fucking clunky demo that they had built for the GameCube, moved to the Xbox, and then moved to the 360, and said, maybe we're going to be the guys that'll be the tastemakers this generation going forward. And why it was weirdly reticent, or I don't know how you say that word, but how it was weirdly like
Prescient?
predictive of all of these different things that came in FPS and other genres afterwards. It is just like, yeah, what a fucking dud. Are you looking forward at all to the Perfect Dark reboot that may be coming out in 10 years' time? Or?
I'm kind of indifferent to it, if I'm honest. I know it feels so weak to go after all this and like at the end say, and you know what, I'm not even a Perfect Dark guy. So if the reboot does good, great. If it does badly, that's really no skin off my nose. I hope for the people who are looking forward to a good Perfect Dark game after 20 years, they get one. God, a quarter of a century, man. A quarter of a century.
Yeah, I'm genuinely on that point of like, yeah, Perfect Dark came out in the year 2000, so like, all the tastemakers now were born when that game came out, and they don't give a shit about. And so the only more recent game related to it is Zero, which like, if people actually went and played it, would be like, oh god, why are they rebooting this? And I guess I'm interested in the fact that, you know, it's going to be more like the Deus Ex reboot, where it's more about like Insimy spy stuff. Like, cool. All right, like if you're going to reboot Perfect
is
Dark,
such a natural evolution. It's yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, they were trying to do Deus Ex on the N64, so yeah, why wouldn't this? If you're going for that kind of streamlined play type, yeah, why not use the new Deus Ex games as the template? And the fact that fucking Crystal D's working on it as well as like, oh, you are the AAA guys. Like, you know how to make games like this. Like, the only thing I'm sort of just confused by is like, well, is it a reboot, prequel, sequel, whatever? And the fact that like Carrington's a bad guy now and also an American. And it's like, okay.
Yeah,
well,
that is the.
I'm looking forward to seeing what that is, I
If
guess.
there's anyone who's really into like this universe and like, oh, I really want some chronology on this, I want to know your thoughts. I'm sure at this 5-hour 23 mark, you're willing to share them if you're still listening.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Microsoft thing of just like we have all these really big, you know, these really big franchises under our belts. It's just like, this is a 25. I think people would rather.
Yeah, that was my thing when I heard like, because so before Skull and Bones decided like, okay, we need any marketing angle for this game which no one cares about because we missed the boat on this pirate game. Oh, we'll call it the first quadruple A game, and that might draw up some buzz because words don't really have meaning anymore.
No.
But that's really just. I'd say that fucking eats Microsoft lunch, but they haven't put the fucking table out yet of just like, oh, but we were calling the new Perfect Dark game the first quadruple A game. We haven't decided what that term means yet either, but
it's really funny because the terms AAA and AA and whatever come from the insurance industry. It's basically when if something was AA, it was basically like you would get a return on investment that was guaranteed, and like AAA was even better than that. So it's basically saying that these games will sell.
That's so lame, man.
And like, think of how much AAA stuff in the past few years has just like completely shat the bed.
I don't understand. I mean, it's interesting to learn that's the origin of that. That's somehow even more soulless than I was expecting, and I wasn't expecting much. I just thought it was, bland catch-all for like, you know it when you see it, a lot of production quality. Meanwhile, AAA is the middleware market, and then you've got the indies and the jank and the shovelware.
Yeah.
No, exactly. Insurance terms for, guaranteed return on investment. Not today, bud.
No, not anymore. Like, imagine if like Perfect Dark becomes... Yeah, imagine if Perfect Dark becomes like the the bookmarks of like Microsoft's gaming ambitions. Of it begins with a free. Well, obviously they have the original Xbox, but like the 360, especially the launch is like when they have like come into their own, like into their own power sort of thing. And that begins with Perfect Dark Zero. And now they're just in this weird space of, are we a software provider? Are we like a publisher or what? Oh, we don't know. And that ends with the Perfect Dark reboot of, hey guys, Microsoft presents Perfect Dark, the reboot.
Like, is there anyone around who still gives this game such a cultural cachet? Well, we do.
Yeah.
We're going to insist upon it. We're going to insist it's there.
God. And to think it went from Joanna Dark being on the cover of FHM for being hotter than any of God's creation, and now people are moaning about the fact that the new Joanna Dark has a chin. Where are we in this world?
What is this crazy world?
Speaking of this crazy world, let's do the quiz.
Yep.
And this is from GFK Chart Track for the week of the 22nd. Oh yeah, let's do the Xbox 360 launch date, the 22nd of November 2005, the anniversary of JFK getting his wig split.
Oh, he would have loved the 360. He would have loved Perfect Dark Zero because the sniper in it is really bad.
I thought you were going to say just because he'd like Joanna Dark.
Maybe he would. He got around.
She's a fine looking lady, let me tell you. Anyways, so do you want to guess out of 30 places if Perfect Dark Zero not only charted but where it charted?
I'm going to guess it charted at number 3.
Number 3, you say?
Number 3, I say.
Well, bad news, a little bit lower, well, much lower than that actually. Not in the top 10.
Oh my god.
It came in at number 12, new this week from Rare and Microsoft, Perfect Dark Zero.
Damn, not a
Weird,
strong
you know?
starter.
No, I'll say about this chart, all of the 360 launch games are pretty low down. It's mostly, I think it's a lot of stuff that still has Steam from previous weeks, or like non-movers, basically. Like, this is UK chart tracks, so I think maybe us canny Brits were a bit like, let's hang tight on buying a 360.
Okay, yeah, that, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, we didn't all rush out and go mental about it, didn't we?
No, we had tried and true franchises to stick with, which brings us to number 1. A non-mover from last week is a racing game by EA Canada.
EA Canada. Racing game EA Canada. Ooh. Okay, Burnout was still in the hands of its original developers. That was still Criterion at this point, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Colin McRae, I think, is Codemaster still.
That's
God,
right.
I'm rusty. Racing game. Was it a Need for Speed?
Sure was.
Need for Speed Underground 2.
Ooh, not Underground 2. I believe it's the one that came after that. 2 words.
Oh god. Hot Pursuit?
Not Hot Pursuit, no. I'll say it's number 1 in the charts, so you could say that this Need for Speed game is the one that is blank blank.
Most Wanted?
It is Need for
Yes.
Speed Most Wanted by EA Games.
The
For
one with the
PS2
tobacco
Xbox
filter. Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay, number 2 and number 3 are football games, but which one came in at number 2?
FIFA 06 or 05. God, they do them a year ahead, don't they? Oh,
Bad news, that came in at number 3. Number 2 is instead Pro Evolution Soccer 5.
Pro Evo on top. God damn.
Yeah, I mean, like, you talk to footy boys of the era, and like they all knew Pro Evo was the better game. To be honest, FIFA only really got good. Like like funnily enough, it only really got good in the 360 era, and I think that was mostly just because Konami ironically dropped the ball a little bit with the Pro Evo stuff. But yeah, just didn't have a lot of competition, unfortunately.
Yeah. This is where the third party, I don't want to, third party ain't quite right, but yeah, the other footy games start dying off because only fucking Pro Evo and FIFA could afford to keep going and had the licenses.
Oh god, yeah. There's no red card. There's no like.
There's no club football. A lot of these were bad. There's no virtual soccer.
No, yeah, Virtual Soccer is the sad one.
Yeah.
To see go.
Virtua Soccer's fun. Like, that's a good footy
Yeah.
game.
Virtual Soccer is good fun. Don't know if this game is good fun though. Down from third place from last week at number 4 is another EA game. So EA doing pretty well at the moment, and it's based on a big film from this year.
Peter Jackson's King Kong, the big game.
So that's actually at number 8 is King Kong : official game of the movie by Ubisoft. So,
Much more
yeah,
sensible
we've got
title,
that.
and yeah, that was UB. God damn it.
That's all right. No, this is the big film franchise that EA basically had throughout. Kind of like RPG adventure style games, basically aimed at a younger audience. There.
EA, God, not Lord of the Rings. That
Not Lord of the Rings, but you're in the fantasy is the realm that you should be in,
Harry Potter.
and it is Harry Potter. But which one?
Ooh, 2005.
I think this is the 4th book in the series, if that helps.
Okay, so Philosopher's Stone, which got renamed Sorcerer in America because
In
they
the
don't know
US,
what a
'cause they're gonna say
philosopher is.
philosopher. Yep.
The Haunted Bathroom.
Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah,
Yep, number 2.
Yeah. Prisoner of Azkaban?
This is number 3.
Okay. Goblet of Fire?
It is Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire
I'm
by
amazed I got...
EA Chirsty, who I've never heard of before. I have no idea what Chirsty is in their Electronic Arts. So good job then.
Good,
Yeah.
Gobbo of Fire.
Oh,
Good
sorry.
news about the Croc reboot.
Yeah. I mean, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire I always remember because it was when Amazon was starting to like pick up steam and became like a really big like online website, because Goblet of Fire was so thick of a book that people were complaining that you wouldn't be able to post it through the letterbox.
That's a different time. Now they just throw them on
watched
your
it.
doorstep.
Yeah, for other people. Sometimes they just don't even bother delivering them and just say they did. So. A non-mover from last week is still at number 5. By Genuine Games and published by Vivendi Universal Games is
Oh no.
the first game in a series that we have covered on Bullet Time.
First game in a series that we have covered on Bullet Time.
We have covered the second game in the series. Granted, calling it a series might be a little bit of a stretch.
Is it 50 cent? 50 cent
It
bulletproof.
is 50 cent bulletproof for the PS2.
Yeah.
Fuck. Good job.
I was tuned in. You
If
hear
I
me,
can't do
Fiddy?
it can't be done. God. We might do bulletproof at some
I
point,
struggle on
guess.
all of the games that people have heard of, but I'm right in on Fiddy.
Fucking 50 is like, you know, when they show like charts of your brain and it's like, you know, the medulla oblongata and your frontal. 50 has just got like a permanent seat in your frontal lobe.
Yeah, that's the Fiddy zone.
That is the literal 50s. Up from number 9 last week at number 6 is a first-person shooter. One of the, well, probably the biggest of the year, funnily enough.
2005, not 2004, so it wouldn't be Half-Life 2. So
No, and this is a game that we mentioned a few times on this pod.
Call of Duty 2, surely.
It is Call of Duty 2 : Big Red 1.
Oh! Hey, that's the
Which I think is-
Xbox version, and
Yeah, I think that's the PS2. Yeah, that's like the previous gen version.
yeah, I've heard good things about Big Red 1. Never played it
Yeah,
myself.
well, I believe it's also so it was developed by Treyarch, published by Activision. I believe it's Treyarch's first Call of Duty game as well. Like that was like, hey sluggers, get to work on this one. And weirdly enough, it was when I can't remember. I think I might have mentioned this on Something Rotten, funnily enough, but the developers of Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Activision was so impressed by the work that they did that they bought them and folded them into Treyarch.
Oh,
And that was the first game they made under Treyarch.
I love
So-
corporate acquisitions and mergers.
Me too. I like the fact that Treyarch are like, we make Spider-Man games, but also we have all of these. Oh yeah, because they made Return to Castle Wolfenstein, but they were also the developers that were famous for making Redneck Rampage. fucking years earlier.
A game that has been mentioned so many times on this podcast with the promise of we are never touching Redneck Rampage.
You and Kevin can record your own episode. I will edit it after the fact. I am not touching Redneck Rampage with a 10-foot pole.
I know very little about Redneck Rampage, and part of me kind of wants it to keep its mystique.
You know what? That best way to think about it, Snake, in the way of like how I've said we're never going to talk about Halo and we're never going to talk about Call of Duty. Redneck Rampage can have a seat at the Baleario as well. He can hang out with those two games.
The only way it's going to sit alongside those games.
Yeah, exactly right.
Hey, we're here because we're too popular as he talks about. Why are you here? Yeah, I just don't fucking want to.
I'm too bad for the bad FPS podcast.
Oh, you mean like
we'll
you're
probably
a bad
never
boy?
do Shadow. Well, we'll never do the original Shadow Warrior. We maybe could do the newer one, but yeah, we'll come around to that maybe.
Yeah. I like the first of the reboots, but outstays its welcome is how I'd sum that up in a second.
Yeah, that's my review of it too. Also, why I would never feel like I don't really want to do the painkillers on the pod. I mean, granted, it may be interesting just to talk about one of them as an example of like, hey, a Polish developer made this while everybody else was trying to make Half-Life 2. Like he did like they did more of a throwback to Doom.
I mean,
essentially.
I don't want to kind of throw into like, oh, popular consent's changed, but yeah, did Painkiller just kind of get a lot of buzz because no one else was doing that at the time? But then when the genre's actually stacked, it's not the best example of it.
I think you're absolutely right. Again, like maybe talking a little about how people were kind of gassing this up. Just FPS, the writing about FPS games in general during this time was just like really negative. Like unless you were Halo or you were Call of Duty, like you would just like people would just kind of take you to task because you were the popular genre. And like there's just a lot of stuff that fell through the cracks because of that, which is really unfortunate. Whereas like, yeah, I think Painkiller comes out like 2000, like it literally comes out the same year as Half-Life 2. And I think people are just making a big deal of the fact that, wow, this is a throwback to classic Quake style FPS games. It's like it's more like Serious Sam, but like not as good as Serious Sam. So I don't know.
Yeah, and Serious Sam was always trucking along.
Yeah, like Serious Sam, I wouldn't want to do on the pod because, like, what can you really say? It like it doesn't really like fit interestingly into like the sort of everything has to be an FPS. You know,
I think the thing with we're getting a bit of course, but I think the thing with Serious Sam is it knows what its niche is, and it's not really like not in an unambitious way. It's just like it knows what it is. It's never really tried to be anything.
It knows where its bread is buttered. Yeah, which I respect that of it. You know what? That can also hang out with Halo and Call of Duty and Redneck Rampage.
Why are you here? I'm just self-confident.
Yeah, I'm just too damn confident to be on this podcast. Right, down from number 6 last week to number 7 this week is a game by Pandemic Studios.
Saboteur.
Based on... not the Saboteur, no.
Went in too hot. Damn.
Yeah, you're a bit too quick on the mic. It's a sequel game. It's a second in a series, and it's one that's based on films.
Mercenaries 2?
It's not Mercenaries 2,
based
no. It's the other big franchise that they do, which isn't those two games.
They had Army Men?
Yeah, this was a pretty...
What?
Yeah, this was a big franchise.
Big franchise.
Yeah.
My brain is blasted. Pandemic. What did Pandemic do? Did Pandemic even do the Saboteur?
Yeah, they did. That was the last game they made.
Okay. Pandemic did do Army Men, right?
They may have, yeah. This probably came out between Army Men and Mercenaries.
You say based on films, like is it directly based on a film series, or is it like a motif inspired by films?
No, it's directly based on a pretty big science fiction film series.
I'm totally drawing a blank.
I'll give you the publisher, that'll make it easier. LucasArts.
Oh. So it's a Star Wars.
It is a Star Wars, but which one?
Is it a Lego Star Wars? No, that's Traveler's Tales.
Yeah.
Is it the movie No, it's Battlefront. It's Battlefront 2, damn it.
It is Star Wars colon
a game I did
Battlefront
play
2.
for the record to make that even worse. It's quite fond of
Well, there you go.
Battlefront 2.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But like I said, it was a big franchise
Yeah.
for them, to the extent that EA decided years later, hey, why don't we just make Battlefield versions of these and just give them the same name?
And they were pretty good too. And fucking in
Yeah, they were
the in the
solid.
stupid web of connections that this podcast draws on, Free Radical had a 90% complete prototype of Battlefront 3.
Battlefront 3.
Yep. You can see footage of that all over the joint. But yeah, no, it was nearly done. Free Radical nearly put out Battlefront 3 and it didn't. Fucking cursed, man. They're cursed.
And do you know why LucasArts pulled out?
Why'd they pull out?
They pulled out because, one, they decided they no longer wanted to make games anymore, and two, Hayes had fucking bombed, and they said, we're not trusting the Battlefront name of these guys.
Great. Love it. Amazing. Oh, that's sad. Fuck, man.
Up from 12 of last week to number 8, King Kong official game of the movie, which you guessed earlier. Now, up from 10 to 9th place is an exciting one. This is a PS2 port of a PSP game.
Liberty City Stories?
It is Grand Theft Auto : Liberty City Stories by Rockstar Leeds. Good job on that.
Yeah, that's really all I could think of a PSP, port up to the PS2.
Yeah.
People really wanted them bikes in Liberty City.
I don't know, I really fancy giving those, City Stories games a go.
I think they'd be worth it. I played a bit of Vice City Stories, and it's interesting. Tonally quite a departure from the original Vice City.
Yeah, because he plays Lance Vance's brother, right?
I think so, and it's a bit darker a story.
Yeah, he's an ex-military, I think he's, ex-Vietnam, and yeah, I think he's just a bit I brought the war home with me kind of thing, which...
Yeah.
I just like the idea.
It's not quite on the level of, GTA 4 seriousness yet, but it's kind of a dry run. They're trending in this direction.
I just like the idea of just playing a smaller GTA game and see what that's like. But, yeah, I'll get around to it. Yeah, could be good.
You could probably emulate it pretty easily nowadays to make this, PSP port to PS2 emulated on a PC even more confusing.
Yeah. And then finally, number 10, down from number 7 last week, is a sports game by Ukes and THQ.
WWE.
It is WWE. Do you want to take a guess at the subtitle?
No Mercy?
It's not No Mercy. It's something versus something.
SmackDown versus Raw.
It is WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2006. PS2, Xbox. Pretty cool. Just as a note as well, up from 36 to 11 this week is also the PC version of Call of Duty 2. So that got a fucking boost from the 360 coming out.
Yeah, that got a glow up.
So thank you for being here. Thank you for putting yourself through fucking Perfect Dark Zero, which I guess we were expecting it to be a bit more of a cakewalk just because you'd played it as a kid. But yeah, what a
surprise! What a surprise! I think hey, it's all up from here.
That's true. Yeah, this is the worst game we've played on this podcast. I mean, they're all going to be good after this. So.
Yeah, I didn't know that Hayes was a bar that could be lowered, but I think it's there.
Yeah, is there anything you'd like to promote or point people towards?
God, I've tried to make an effort of, I better have a new YouTuber to throw out every time. And, I haven't this time. You know what? Okay, I'm looking through my thing, so not planned, but I've been enjoying videos by, a channel called Stu Bagful lately. He does, TV comedy reviews.
Oh, interesting.
I've been enjoying his stuff. He's done a couple of hour-long breakdowns on going through the Simpsons early age and the just post Golden Age. It's not Jim's. I quite like Jim's stuff as well.
Yeah, Jim's is alright.
Yeah, this is a lot more kind of informal British guy who just talks a lot about the sitcoms he watched. It's a lot more informal, but I quite like it.
Okay.
I think I've recently become I'm a season 1 Simpsons guy.
Wow.
I just respect how fucking grim it is. I'm like, this is so bizarre.
Yeah, there is a very kind of just the backgrounds of the season 1 of The Simpsons. It is almost abstract at points, which I find like really interesting. But yeah.
So yeah, I will throw that out. I've been enjoying his stuff lately. That's STUBAGFUL, Stu Bagful. He's good.
I will put his link in the description. Thank you for joining us on this journey into madness of Perfect Dark Zero and the Xbox 360 is a launch product and Rare and FPSs and all sorts of stuff. I've, as per usual, I've been James. You can follow me on X, the website formerly known as Twitter, at Hotcider, HOCCYDER. If you like what we do and would like to support it, leaving a comment would be very much appreciated. If you really liked it, you can also throw a bit of cash at it by joining the Hotcider Patreon, which is also at Hotcider on that website. Until then, though, I don't even want to give this game a funny.
You don't want to give it that.
I don't. Doesn't deserve it.
It doesn't deserve it. Yeah. First game to earn no blast. No blasting for this. That's no blasting for you. This game gets no blasting. You can Joanna Dark, sling your hook, you bird. You're fired. Get out of Carrington Industries. Get out of the Carrington Institute. You're fired, Joanna Dark. You're on the street again. No quadruple A games for you. Let's see how you get on in the job queue with your only qualifications being spy work and, I don't know, your dad dying. That's not really much of a skill, though. Not much of a skill unless you can get a new dad and get him into a situation. That's true, yeah. Imagine if you worked in the dad killing industry. God. Yeah, it should be making a mint. Be right there along with Abby. Oh, yeah. Man, that's good a game. Abby versus Joanna Dark. That can also sit on the table alongside Halo, this hypothetical versus. It's not quite Freddy versus Jason. Ooh, whoever wins, we lose, huh? God. This podcast has been made possible by Daniel Champion, Dylan Robinson, Jesse Garasha, Kevin from Pixellet, Mouse, Twyla27, Valerie B, VG, and the Hotcider support tier. If you'd like to help with the production of episodes and gain access to extra content, consider supporting over at patreon.com/Hotcider. That's HOTCYDER. A special thanks to Max Coburn for the Bullet Time theme tune.